I love this open.
It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom, boom. What's up, man?
Boom, 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 boom. Good morning.
Yes, it is, man.
You
Yes,
sleep
it
good?
is. Yeah, kinda not. I don't know.
Dude, I crashed so hard last night. I went to take a nap. I woke up at freaking 4:30 this morning.
You gotta listen to your body. You know?
Yeah, bro. It was
Listen to
speaking.
your-
I was listening. I had some really messed up dreams, but
That's all I do.
taking
I
that,
don't sleep.
you know, Shantex? Shantex?
Oh, yeah. What are you trying to quit?
You know that Shantex stuff?
I've heard
Yeah,
of
I'm
it.
trying to quit smoking, so I take that.
Oh gosh.
Dude, the dreams at night are absolutely insanity.
Yeah. I took a napatizer. I like that. I'm gonna steal that napsitizer. I love naps.
Nice. Me too.
So what do you think about yesterday's hearings? What do you think, people?
How many people understood Jessica Hyde? Like, who understood the pizza?
The only thing I understood was when Bob Alessi crossed her. That's where
Right.
I came in. That's where I came in. Oh, you're going right down by Brian Albert's house over here. Oh yeah. On your left-hand side, you're gonna see all those roads coming up. Not to put you anywhere out of the. I think Blue Hills Country Club was on your right for a little while there.
All right.
Tom left at 5:30 this morning, folks. So he's just getting there. Here comes up Top Golf.
Yep, up on the right.
The DA sent us
DA's
on your right.
office is to the left.
On your left, yep.
Yep, the DA down there.
Yep.
Jen's boyfriend.
Maybe.
That's Jen's
Yep.
second home is the DA's office. Hey, Mike,
Hey, Tom.
can you imagine being the general population and like everyone knowing that you're a rat and that you're a liar and that you're friends with the DA? You think that'd be nice?
No, that's not a good way to live your life. No.
I wonder if she'd win best looking in there. You gotta carry that title with her, you know, Mike.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's not a good thing to have, especially with the publicity this trial had. I mean, it'll be crazy.
Yeah.
That won't be good. So you're gonna go to the standout today, the big standout in Devon today. There you go.
Check it out.
Yeah.
I mean, Deanna put it on. She always puts a lot of work into these things. So,
Yeah.
I mean, going to visit her is not an issue.
That's right.
And I mean, she's great. She's done a lot of work in this whole movement. She was there real early too. She's one of the early ones.
Really?
Yep. She's just quiet, and like when the camera's up, she'll like duck and like walk behind somebody so I don't get her on film.
Right.
She's she's very low key, Mike. She's very laid back. She's not like me and you who are like, hey, we're here. Hi. She's very quiet, very reserved, very just herself,
Right.
which is cool.
Right. Well, you always want to be yourself, right?
Yeah. And she is. Great.
Well, then you know what to get, right? I mean, that's
Like
kind of
you-
how you roll it. Right?
Absolutely.
If you know who you are, then you have nothing to be afraid of. It's the fake people I cannot stand that talk out both sides of their faces and I just can't deal with that stuff.
It's like this is like a chance to reinvent who they wanted to be when they were younger, when they weren't in the in crowd, or they weren't getting invited to stuff because they weren't a certain way. So they act a certain way to get in, and once they're in, they start yipping and yapping about everybody. They talk behind everybody's back to make themselves feel better. No other reason. That's it. And that's kind of sad.
Good morning, Flip Ahead. Nice post lately, dude. Nice job. Way to go. Hey, Deanna is in the chat and in the chat. I can't hear you, but he's gonna hop. Flip Ahead's gonna hop on.
Deanna's in the chat too.
Yeah, Deanna's there. You're breaking up, bro. You're in a bad area. We'll hold on for you. There you go. You're back. You're back.
All right, there we are.
Yeah. So yeah, Deanna's in the chat. See you soon. And Flip Ahead says, I'll see you in a couple of days. He's been busy. He's been working his ass off. Man, if you're busy, dude, I see you post at like midnight, 1 o'clock, and you're still doing some good stuff, bro. Much appreciated. Yesterday, we had a lot.
People don't realize what.
Good.
Yeah, I don't think people know what Flipper does. Flipper does is beyond important. Like if there's different levels of importance in this world, he's at the top of that tier. He does important stuff. Because if he makes a mistake, people die. So he don't. He's that good.
It's a lot of pressure. You got to make sure you're spot on. He is. He'll make videos that are like 2-3 weeks old and wait and just make sure and double and just make sure. It's crazy. There's a lot of work into it. Right, Flipper. Hey, dude, Salts are down 0-2. What do you think? Nick's gonna take him or what? I don't know. Yeah, Salts lost last night, Tommy. Benaros.
Did they again? They lost the other night too, Mike.
I know they're down 0-2. They lost by 1 point last night.
Oh,
look at the traffic! Holy shitski.
Mike, it's been this way since I left. I don't know what's going on. There's something. Maybe people are going to work finally.
People have jobs.
Everybody was working from home.
Yeah. Hey,
the days are over.
If you want to send Deanna a link, she said send her a link.
Okay, I can do that.
All right. You told fucking Bunk the Knicks were going to beat them in December. Flip. Oh shit, he is going to be pissed. Oh, first of all, I'm surprised he didn't go to any of the games. And what defense the Knicks played last night. I'm not going to take it away from them, man. They played well, the Knicks, man. If it's going to be the Celtics or the Knicks coming out of the East, no doubt about it. And if the Knicks beat Boston, New York City is going to go apeshit. Going to go apeshit because last year they were cheating, bring on the Celtics, and we busted them up, and now this year around they did the same thing, and they busted us up. So I don't know what's going on. I think Porzingis in the center is not playing well. I got to watch the game or two, but yes,
Mike, when you're playing a sport, right? And I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but when you're in that zone. No one can touch you. When I was fishing, right? I was fishing every day. And I can tell you I was in that zone 3 specific times. One time, I knew I was going to get bit. So I threw my bait out there, and I knew exactly when I was going to get bit. That's being in the zone. When you get the baseball, you're going to throw a pitch, and you put it exactly where you want it. That's in the zone, right?
Yeah.
Basketball. You know, if you get the ball and you just feel it, Zach can do this, and it just feels right. Everything in it is right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it doesn't negate what you would. It doesn't negate how you play prior, but when you're in that zone, you can't be touched. I think when lately we're seeing these players that are getting in the zone and they're really putting it on, you know?
Oh yeah, well, they have a whole year to think about it too when they lose too. It
Right.
sucks. You know?
All right, hold on. Here she comes. Inbound with Deanna. Let's add her to the stage.
All right.
Uh-oh, I can't. The layout. Hold on. I can maybe fix the layout.
Tommy ripping Marble heads. I'm trying to quit smoking. Okay.
I'm taking Shantex. Leave me alone. I can't put her on the stage. See that?
Why?
Our layouts are screwed up because we change them around.
Well, it's not my fault, dude. You changed them around.
No. It isn't. That's okay. Yeah, no problem. No rush. Let's see me do it.
What? Take me off.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
There you go.
Yay!
Hey.
Hey.
How are you, Deanna? How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Listen, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm in traffic, but I'll be there.
Yeah. Traffic.
Like, if I left 1 minute earlier, I probably would have had open highway. It was that window, and I'm like, fuck. Now, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Didn't mean to swear.
Yep.
Now I'm freaking stuck in traffic, but I'm like 20 minutes away. So I'll be down there. So anybody, it's going to be an all-day affair. If you have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, whatever, just show up. Come by, say hi. And yeah, I'm excited to see everyone. I feel like I haven't been down here in a while, so.
Where are you guys? Are you going to go to the post office?
So yeah, so I'm gonna park, and then there's like a new green there, where the old. So last time I was there, the old police station building was there. So apparently it's not there any longer, and it's just a big greenery. So that's gonna be like the meeting spot, just so people know, like a pinpoint area to meet, and then kind of figure it out. I'm kind of winging it because I haven't been down there since the buffer zone's been in effect.
Yeah. Deanna, I'll tell you, the best place to really do this is probably in front of the post office.
Yeah.
Because that's where everybody just ends up being, because people park close to there and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, my goal is to line both sides of the street up, and hopefully this will be the start of it. And going forward, people will have a structure of where to go and do whatever they have to do.
There you go.
You remember last year, right?
Yeah.
They had the state police and the judge have absolutely destroyed what we made. So we have to start over with the new creation of stuff. So it's a challenge.
I mean, like there's, in a way, the Commonwealth's getting what they want, and people are scared, or people don't know where to go or when to go or how to go. So we just need to get everybody back. We need to regroup and get everyone back down there and work politely, so nobody gets in trouble, and we're there for support. Not, we don't need to yell and scream.
Right.
We just need to be there.
Right. I'll tell you. Last year, and this year.
Yeah.
Anyone that I've met, look at the highway. The highway stopped. It is stopped. I'll tell you this now with the buffer zone.
Yeah.
You're allowed to stand out with a sign. You're absolutely. This is your God-given right. No one can ever take that away from you.
Right.
But I think the state police, because of their line and because they have to be relevant,
Yeah.
and because they're mad, think about
Yeah.
this for a second. We're destroying the DA's office on the stand. You don't think these people are mad?
Right.
These are the brothers. We're taking them down. They're pissed at us.
Right.
So if we don't give them a reason, then
Exactly.
there's no problem. So we just stay down the end and line both sides of the street. No harm, no foul. No one's gonna get arrested. No one's gonna go to jail. You nothing to be afraid of.
Right.
Really,
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing to be afraid of. You know,
there isn't.
I'm not. I'm wearing a green sweatshirt. It's like I do have a shirt in my book bag. Like there's there. We have to get creative and
Hmm.
not just throw our hands up and be like, okay. Um, so I'm really excited. And what? So where are you right now, Tom?
Traffic. I'm actually on Route One. I'm taking a left at the CVS that kind of heads closer to the courthouse.
Oh, okay. So
Like
you're already
that
down
one
there.
road. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'm
I'll be at
like,
the.
I'll be there in like maybe 15 minutes, so I'll come find you, okay?
Okay. Be careful driving.
You too. Love you guys.
And and thanks for jumping on, my dear. Thank you, and thank you for all you've done for Karen.
Ditto.
It's remarkable.
Thank you too. All
Yep. See you in a bit.
right. See you soon. Bye.
All right,
Bye,
yeah.
Deanna.
Try carefully.
I don't know how to leave. All right, bye.
Can't find my way out.
Oh,
That's like an old Eagle song. I couldn't find my way home. Oh,
there we go.
yeah. Here we go, man. It's party time and Dedham.
That was nice, huh? Now, Mike, she's so right on money. There's nothing to be afraid of here. Come on down. Really, you're allowed to hang out.
Yeah. No,
That's why they make parks.
I understand all that, but this Dedham courthouse has not seen the crowds that we can bring yet. And
Nope.
but they're prepared for it like they are because
Yep.
they outnumber the peaceful protesters. So if they know we're coming, you're gonna see a heightened security force today, Tom. Just be on the beat, just be careful, man. That's all I'm saying.
Right? I will tell you, and I will tell everyone that's watching or listening right now,
Yeah.
without a doubt, I have done my best
Yes, you have.
to not be in a set of cuffs.
No, I know.
So I don't plan on it. I don't plan on getting a ticket. I don't plan on getting summons. I don't plan on getting arrested. I mean, that doesn't do anything for the movement. It makes the movement look bad, actually. So I'm
Yes.
trying to do the right thing and follow the rules that they set out. They're not my rules. Promise.
Right.
You know. So that's all. That's all we can do, Mike. Right?
Yeah, we have to play within the white line, so to speak, and we
Right.
got to play in the field. Yeah, exactly. And if
honestly, we have been. We really have.
Right. Yeah. So I appreciate everybody doing the best they can and showing up if you can, for if it's an hour or all day or 5 minutes, man. It makes a difference, you know.
It really does.
It
Really does.
It doesn't go unnoticed. People notice you.
Mike, if we had the crowds that we had last year on both sides of the street,
it'd be dangerous, Tom. It's too dangerous.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like, it's too dangerous, I think. But
yeah, because people actually read. People actually will go online and say, "What's this Karen Reed stuff they're talking about?"
Right.
We're educating the public. And again, I'm biased. You're biased. We want what's right for John. Flat out. That includes, unfortunately, Karen.
Right.
It's also including other people. The McCabe's, the Alberts, Proctor.
Today, I agree with everything you're saying. I do.
Yeah.
I really do. It takes a lot of work too, because then you get people that are new to the movement. They want to ask questions. Well, you got to watch Turtle Boys Framed too, if you haven't yet, which is excellent. I might say.
Yep. Everything they do, Mike.
It's
So
fun
this
to
whole,
see
this
it.
whole thing. Yeah,
Fun
go
to
ahead.
see him evolve, though. It's
Yeah.
great to see him evolve as a journalist, like, and as a reporter, and as a TV personality, and how much he's become. More and more and more and more. Like, people say, "Oh, your skin looks good. Your skin look." He's not wearing a hat. He's not wearing a baseball hat anymore, which I think I like. He looks good without the hat on.
Yep.
I'm not, just
Yep.
saying. It looks as he's getting to that professional level where he's got a suit jacket on. I'm not saying he needs to change everything he does, because I wouldn't. It's just the way I am. But he can do whatever the fuck he wants. But it's just good to watch him just generate more and more traffic to this cause and into his pages, into his Twitter. And
Mike,
by the way, Tim Bradle started a Twitter account.
did he really?
Yeah, so if you have not following Tim Bradle,
Oh,
he just joined the other day. He had like 600 people following him. So jump over.
I love that house.
Yeah, that is a nice house.
1810.
Wow, it's an oldie. So if you're not following Tim Bradle on X, get over there and give him a like and follow. Because I guess you'll get some more information about Aiden's cases, or maybe some insight on the rulings that he can maybe put into a legal term for
Just
us.
his knowledge, Mike, right? He's a smart dude.
Imagine having him on as a guest.
Ah,
That would be kind of
Yeah.
cool, huh? That'd be kind of cool.
if I'd get Rendazzo in a heartbeat, too. Him, too.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and Melanie Little and Nan Gallagher. And,
Attorney Nan Gallagher, Attorney Melanie Little, yes.
I mean, Mike,
Attorney Mark Bettero.
what else more can we ask for? Like, legit. Karen's getting a free defense, right? Look at what we're getting. Look at what we're getting, Mike.
Nothing's for free.
But we are. Look at all the knowledge that Nan gives us. Look at what
I know.
Bedrow tells us, right?
Yeah.
It's different, right?
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second, Mikey.
Go ahead, buddy. What are you doing? Oh, he's talking on the phone. Yeah, so like we are blessed. Tom, I get Tom's in my when we said, "Oh, how blessed we are." I hate that. Fuck. Yesterday, let's talk about Connor Keith getting smoked yesterday, right? And then we have the phone call that happened at 5:08, whatever it was yesterday, from Jennifer McCabe to her sister Coco. That happened right after Karen Reed called Jen. Jen called her sister, spoke for 30-some odd seconds. Okay, that shit happened. Okay, the 2:27 a.m. search fucking happened. All right, people, book it. All right. O'Hara changed his timeline. Doesn't even match up with yesterday's timeline because Jessica Cinnabon Hyde changed her timeline and added more time to it. So, right, Mary. And now it's even shorter time for her to get home. This is so cray. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But when you're right, when is the time for the bracelets to come out and people just say, you know what? We're gonna drop charges. We're moving on. This is so inappropriate. Because if we all can see it, imagine what lawyers sees. Yo. Yeah, Turtle Boy's supposed to be down here somewhere.
Good turnout.
Oh, good, man. Yeah. There we go, people. All right.
Oh,
So that's in front of the whole courthouse for another 6 minutes.
yeah, bud.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason I can't hear you.
Oh, that's okay. I'm not saying so much. You got me? No? Tommy's just going to find a parking spot. So if we get Bukhenik on the stand today, AJ yesterday was just taking notes all day yesterday. So
Front row, baby.
what's going to happen.
Somebody loves me.
God does. Joe Flipperhead thinks Jessica Hyde hates Donald Trump, Teslas, and white people. Oh my God. Now, literally, is she Amish? Did anybody find out? That's right. Okay, Sammy's like people. Okay, all right, Sammy's on that. Yeah, Michelle, I think you're right. When Richard Green comes in and just nails down the 227 again, I think it's going to start resonating because they're trying to. They don't. I don't even know if they understand the third party culprit yet. The jury, like what they're actually walking into right now. Because it's well, the Karen's being prosecuted. Why would we think Jen McCabe had anything to do with it? Watch, okay, so why is the prosecution spending so much time trying to protect her, and we're trying to dismantle this whole thing? That's that has to start at some point start resonating in someone's head, and then when they go into deliberations or before that, it's going to come up, right? They have to bring that up. I mean, why do we keep on talking about all this stuff? Why is it even being mentioned about these phone calls and footsteps after the fact and all this other stuff? Because it's irrelevant for us, knowing what we know. For them, if they're unbiased and they haven't done any research, I get it. They're kind of like, okay, but someone's gonna put the dots together and then draw the line straight through the dots.
Mike, it's a good day because guess what?
What's up, bro?
Not raining. It's not snowing.
Right.
It's a good day.
Good post by Boozy Beauty. Nice. Yep.
What'd she say today?
No, she put
I
up.
like her stuff.
Yeah, she just put up a couple pictures of the taillight broken when she's.
Oh yeah. That was this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was something else.
You've been up for a while.
Who said that? Oh, here they are. Look at these guys, Mike. Already here. Henry's leading the way. How are you guys? Good morning. Is that new ink?
Yeah,
In the back?
I keep getting them everywhere, Tom.
That's awesome.
Because I'm so
Whoa.
Italian.
Wow.
Whoa. That's amazing.
Italian, Irish, and Syrian.
Awesome work. Who did
I
that?
got this one, but it's so peeling.
Oh.
So peeling.
That's gonna look good. That's gonna look nice.
Good
work.
Nice, John. Thanks.
It's Henry. Yep.
Yeah, Henry's always here. Where is he? There he is. Henry!
Glera on there. Hi, Glera.
Clara.
Hi, Melanie. It's Cheech. What's that? It's freaking me.
I don't know. I think the Glare might be there today. I'm not sure where he is.
Hi, Mike.
Yo,
Mike,
yo,
you said
bro.
hi.
How you doing?
Yeah,
Cheech. Hi, Eddie.
just ask how you're doing. She's got good ink, Mike.
Oh yeah, I like the ink a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big tattoo guy.
It's okay. They'll come this way. It's 8 o'clock, and these people are worried about what they're wearing already. Now,
Can you give people where you are right now so they can try to find you? Can you tell people where you
absolutely. If you go to the Dedham post office, you can park behind the registry of deeds.
Right.
And come out here. So this is the side we're going to be hanging on. That is the post office. This is the main, kind of the main drag, right? And up here is the closest you're legally allowed to see Karen Reed. This is the closest you're allowed from right here at that sign.
Right. So there's people that are
So anything from that sign this way is absolutely America. 100% America.
Okay. So people are down the other side as well, too, right? Tom?
So they're down the other side.
But are they in
right? Everybody's on the other side.
Till 8 o'clock, right?
I think.
Oh, yeah, my tattoos are on the inside.
So
of
we'll
my
end up
arm.
moving,
Yeah.
right? We'll walk from here down there
Yeah.
with their group of girls and Henry,
Yeah. All right.
and we're going to walk through the buffer zone.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a tricky situation because I'm recording, right? So I'm going to have to get off, right? Walk through the buffer zone,
And go down there and meet everybody.
right? I can't hear you for some reason.
All right, that's all right. I'll let you do your thing.
Why can't I hear you? Hold on.
All right, so Aiden's 33 minutes. He's gonna be at the buffer zone. Deanna's on the way. Bukhenik's gonna be there. We had a good day. Yesterday it was awesome. I've loved because I don't remember Jessica Hyde getting picked apart as much as she did last year. And it was so because yesterday it was like her mumble jumble word salad bullshit distracted the shit. I mean, just completely bored me. I can't. I wish we could have the reaction of the jurors because I'm sure if any of them are like me or you kind of just get lost in the words of like back wall files and hash values and hash browns and all that stuff. But when you listen to Bob Alessi speak, he just speaks at I can understand. He's slow. Like Jessica Hyde was like, that nervous speech comes out. You want to get through your words quickly. So hopefully people miss what you're saying. That's kind of how I felt about her. But man, Bob Alessi, damn, dude. Damn. You should be a college professor, my friend. Man, that was good, dude. Because an idiot like me can understand what you said. Wow. Man. All the content creators guys lately, man, you guys been doing awesome job with your coverage and your guests and asking the right questions. And then when Karen comes out of court and stuff like that, she's not really talking to anybody. She doesn't see anybody. She doesn't see any friendly faces, so to speak. That that won't just take a clip like they're doing to her in court. Now, I got to say, yesterday's ending video of Karen talking what Hanky played bit him in the ass when she said it's either Jen or me are going down, one or the other, right? I thought that was priceless at the end of yesterday's trial. That was unbelievable. That backfired, completely backfired, in my opinion. If anybody's got a clip of that, you're gonna put that on X, man. That was unbelievable. Good morning to everybody in the chat. Please hit the like and subscribe. If you want to help out with the channel, go right ahead. If you don't have to, if you don't want to, we still love you. Don't worry about it. But yesterday's video, I hope Hank regretted that one just a little bit. Just a little bit. Now, Bukhenik will probably be on the stand all day if he's called early. Yeah, Cheryl, see, did it backfire? Because I got after it played, I was fired up when she said that because that's like a tough girl. It was a boss move, a boss statement, in my opinion. And that is like, I'm fighting this all the way. There's no quitting me. I've never had to quit. I've never doubted. I believe in my innocence. I'm going to prove to the world who I am. And that's her right there. And Hank was probably like, fuck. Maybe I should slow down on these, right, Mom? Too, right? Love it, man. Love it. Hit the like and subscribe, please. Become a member if you want, man, because things are just gonna keep getting better here, especially with the commentary. Danielle up in Canada or just Southern Canada, man, she's been clipping some stuff that Tom and I do. It is funny. I don't realize the shit I say until afterwards. It just comes out of my mouth. Oh, and it's good to see that Flip's back in the chat, and Deanna was here this morning. Some old names, man. Attorney Nan Gallagher will be back in next week. She got some family issues she's dealing with. Wish her the best. Lots of prayers. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Melanie Little killing it, man. I mean, she's getting some big time numbers if you watch her. You know, some people do, some people don't. You know, that's why you have a choice of personalities, right? It's Dirty Dorito Day. I'm like, yes, Corey, yes. Please don't Google Bukhenik, by the way. Please do not do it. Don't. Because I'm not going to be responsible for that. I'm not going to tell you what it is either. You got to do what you got to do it. But Koch Goblin. Do it.
Good morning, sunshine.
Oh, what are you doing? You're going to put your picture back up there, you crotch goblin. Oh, my God.
Why am I so big? Oh my God. Hold on.
I know. I know.
There we go. There we go. What's
there you go.
Hi, guys.
Hey, it's like old school Secret Justice right here. Yeah.
That's what we needed.
We're ride or die, man. This is ride or die shit right here. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Really good.
I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that. You still seeing somebody? You still have you get things going on?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh man, tell him I said hi.
I will. He's right now. He's doing CDL training, so he's not here.
Oh, okay. Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's a good gig. You know, good union. You know, if he gets into the right one and stuff, but you know, it's not an easy job either, right?
No, it's not. He'll be gone 5 out of it'll be like 4 days on, 3 days off, 5 days on, 2 days off.
Like a firefighter, like kind of thing. Yeah.
Correct. Oh, hi, Tommy.
Hi, who's that?
Who do you think?
What's that? Shelby.
Oh, Shelby. Hey, tell Deanna that we're down the other end. We're not near the post office. We're near the church like we were last year, okay? You can't miss the big white church.
She'll know.
So if you want to come down, I mean, there's a lot of people here.
How many? You want to go across the street and get a picture? There you go.
You're from Georgia?
Just my daughter got from we flew in last night from Atlanta.
You're kidding me.
No, we got into our hotel about 2 o'clock this morning.
What part of Georgia?
Wow.
Atlanta?
North of Atlanta.
I lived in Cummings for a couple months. You know Cummings?
Yeah, you know Dawsonville?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I live.
Okay.
I'm in Atlanta.
Okay, nice. So what do you think of this?
This is wonderful. This is why we're here.
Yep.
Since trial on, we've been watching.
Really?
Yes. And so then my daughter said, well, let's go to Boston. I'm like, okay. And here we are.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was your idea to go to Boston?
It was.
And mom and daughter just hang out? So, I have a question. What do you think of Karen's attorneys?
Oh my God. She calls trial daddy. Alan Jackson. Oh, Alan Jackson, trial daddy.
Yeah.
And then Alexi was on fire.
Isn't he great? He's amazing, right?
Amazing. Yes.
Yep.
Yep. We're a freaking read 1,000%.
I am so glad that you guys are here. I really am. I can't even begin to say.
Yeah, we're glad to be here too.
Well, welcome to Boston.
Well, thank you.
Do you guys need anything? Are you good? You check
We're good.
Yeah. Boy, I wish I had a way to get even you guys to meet Karen, even for lunch or something. Just even a hi.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder if there's got to be a way.
Yeah. My life. Yeah, that would make her life. We would even give them some money.
The support is just amazing. So I ask, is there support down there for Karen Reed?
Yes. It's worldwide. Yeah, I mean, I go to the hairdresser. You know, what are you doing? Watch the trial. Look at your retrial. It's worldwide. It's horrible what's happening to her.
Isn't it?
It's horrible. They've taken her whole life away from her. And I can't wait for the day that they say, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. And she walks free and sues them.
So what do you think of the evidence that they're putting up? Well, they put up, we'll say.
The prosecution?
Yes.
It's horrible. It's horrible. You know, and then just wait for the defense. Just wait for the defense. You
Have you been to 34th Fairview?
Not yet. Tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
So that yard right there, the front yard, that's the size of their front yard. Right there. And you can see
picture, Tom.
I'll come on the other side. We'll get pictures if you want. But yeah, I'm just in awe. You guys come down here. I just
Oh, yeah.
let's get on a plane and let's go.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we did. Got here at 2 o'clock this morning. Up to 5:30. Here we are.
Nice.
Yes.
Wow. So if you need anything, just you can find me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. And keep your eyes open. Karen will drive by.
Yes.
Just drive by slow.
Yeah.
So, and man, if there's any,
I would love that. My cousin is in Chicago and she's jealous that she's not here.
what's up, Mike?
Tell them to go to CF McCarthy in the waterfall.
Yeah. See if McCarthy's in the waterfall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Absolutely. And we're going to go by Dan's.
Yeah. No, we're in the buffer zone. You're allowed to do that.
Oh, okay.
On that side of that sign, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Isn't that the dumbest thing in the world? Do you have buffer zones in Georgia?
I have no idea.
Listen, we have to make sure the Commonwealth has a fair trial.
Yeah, and that's right.
You know.
Yep. Them fire trucks and ambulances every day, 9 times, 10 times a day don't mean anything, right?
It's ridiculous. Yes, ridiculous. Oh,
Yep. Wow. Well, have you met other people from around here?
everybody's been so well.
Really?
Yes, telling me, you know, what's your name? My name is so-and-so, giving us a hug. No,
Yeah.
we're going to do this. We're going to go here. Yes, amazing. The people here, you know, amazing.
Yeah. All right. So, you haven't met Aiden yet, right?
No, is he here?
Oh, he's gonna come here.
Yeah.
He's on his way. There's a lot of traffic, especially where he lives.
Yeah.
How to get from there to here is really hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's on his way.
Yeah,
And then Deanna's probably gonna show up.
yes.
She does a lot behind the scenes. You know, I don't know if Mazza Media is gonna show up. I don't know about that.
Yes.
But yeah, so if I find someone,
Yeah, please let us know.
definitely, absolutely.
I would love it.
I'm trying to think if there was a way.
Oh, there's got to be a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yes.
She'll be driving by, Tom. You know that.
Gotta see her. Gotta do it. Gotta meet everybody. Rabbits.
You know what? Look, I'll be back. I just thought of something and I don't want to do it.
Okay, but you can do it.
I can do it. I don't want to.
But do it.
No, let me think about it. All right. Listen, have you met Scott McGinnis? Do you know who Scott McGinnis is? All right. So this is a standout, obviously,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And they'll have them all over the place.
Yes.
And Scott McGinnis is the guy that's usually always there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he like between me and Scott, we've never missed a day. So like it's just yeah. So it is. We think if Karen's gonna be here, why not us, right? So it make it personal at that point, right? Yeah. Wow. All right. I'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Joe, for the free FKR. Good stuff.
Morning, Tom.
Morning, guys. This is Neil. What's up, bud? I'm doing well. How are you? Good. Hey. Not much. How are you?
Oh, that's good.
Can't tweet the pot and cloud down.
I've been everywhere.
It's Scott McGinnis. Hey, there's some people from Georgia down there.
I already met
Yeah, I'm badass. They flew in. Just hey, let's go to Georgia.
Indiana, too.
Where?
Indiana.
No.
Been meeting a lot of people every day.
No kidding, huh? So this is getting bigger.
That happened. I was up here from Florida for 2 days.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. it's-
Morning, ladies.
Yeah.
Doing good. How are you? Hi, Papa. How are you? Oh,
I love the dogs.
morning. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Be careful, Tom. Wait, Jesus.
I'm okay. I'm on the white line. See the passenger line?
Yeah, I know, but I was doing the same thing. I got arrested in Canton. I was on the other side. I was on the white line.
Yeah?
too, okay?
Oh, yeah, it don't matter. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Canon's
know.
got his own rules.
I know.
Every third moon, it's whatever you want. On the second Monday.
Tom,
But
the
Mike,
ladies,
this is the sidewalk that they give us.
dude, the ladies love you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. The ladies love you, dude.
Well, doesn't work out in the long run.
Hey, we have 227 people in the chat. Now that's gonna be something. Hit that smash that thing.
Mike, I have 1448 total from
Oh,
CPU, from Seeking, and from Twitter. Can everybody just take a second and just really, I don't ask for much, but can we just take a second and just hit the like button and the sub button?
hit the
We hit
membership.
7,000. We hit 7,000
Yeah.
subs.
Yeah, buddy.
So I think we should
That's
be
it.
more, but we're a morning show.
Yeah. We do
So we
5
can't
days.
ask for more than that.
We do 5 days a week, dude.
I know it's a lot. We do a lot for the people, and the people enjoy it, Mike. They really do. They really like what we do.
They get pissed if we're not on.
I know. They don't know what to do. Good morning, guys.
Tom's so polite. I know.
They see, no. The people are polite. See how the people open up the sidewalks for the pedestrians?
Yeah.
Everybody does that, Mike. That's like, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Nintendo. Okay. Thanks for posting that up. That Shelby behind the scenes. Like having Shelby's like old school again, right? You know, like awesome.
Yep.
I'm
So
happy.
they give us this little sidewalk, and that's it.
Crotch goblin.
I'm a little rusty.
Oh, it's like riding a bike.
Shelby, thank you.
I'm a little rusty.
Hey Shelby, are you gonna get the feed up for us?
You know it. I told you I got Thursdays off, so I'll
All
be here.
right. So you're a Thursday girl.
Long crime.
Back at a time.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. Whatever you best one.
Yes.
Will you please put a picture of you in that circle?
I'm gonna get the crooked blue line. Thank you for that time.
Yeah, John O'Keefe.
I would say treats. I keep forgetting to bring treats to the dog. Hi.
Right, she's not taking treats anyway.
Oh. Hi.
Oh.
Hi. I miss my dog.
She's too shy.
Yeah. Hi.
I miss Marilyn. Huh. Yeah. Say hi to him.
My dog used to get up under me in my sweat. So look, I was pregnant. Love being close to me.
I was in a sling for her.
Yeah.
She has a hip issue.
My
The doctor wants me to walk her.
Yeah.
He says better than her jumping around.
Yep. You be good for mama.
She's going to puppy daycare.
Puppy daycare.
Yeah, at 9 o'clock.
Oh my.
I'll tell you what, Tommy's got no quit, guys. He ain't got no quit, man.
Can I ask the chat?
Sure can.
Turtle Boy, I know the Celtics lost, but where are you?
He's probably in traffic, to be honest. You know?
That was awesome. The Celtics lost, but where are you? Oh my God.
Mike, we need him here. He is absolutely needed.
No, I don't think the Celtics were different. No.
Where is Aiden?
I don't know.
I'm good. How about you?
Good.
Thanks for coming down and supporting Karen.
Thank you, Shelby.
You're welcome.
All right. Cool. How's the boys?
They're good. They're good. I have to bring them to school right before court, but I'm gonna have court up. Using long crime.
We can use that one. I don't care.
I have NBC up because that's my go-to, but it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, just whatever one gives you the best feed, I guess. You know, with the interwebs.
Yeah, I'm gonna plug my computer into Ethernet, so I won't lose any internet.
Oh, you're awesome.
All right, I'll do that now. I'm gonna let you guys go do your thing.
All right, go. Thank you so much. Of course, there's no mainstream media down here today.
Why would there be?
Right. Well, I like that one on the back of her right there, that federal prison one. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. What a nice day today, too.
Yep.
Look at that sign right there. How much time it took to make that sign right there on your left? The federal prison one. Jeez, that's so cool. You know?
All right, that's that. Done, 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 done.
Yeah, Teresa, my son and my future daughter-in-law are moving to Massachusetts. Yeah, well, all depends where they move to. Honestly. The trial will be on soon, guys. Yeah, you have to leave. We're gonna have it on for you. It's only 8:21-ish, right?
How are you?
I'm putting you today. I like the blue. The blue's like pop. I love that color. Doesn't it look good? Yep. Pink. Micro dot. You know, I'm gonna put my there's like $6,000 in that bag. Electronics. Yeah, I know you know. You like that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys have seen me. You want to hold that for a second? Sure. Can you get me?
Yeah.
In the frame?
Yeah. Oh, you're in the frame. I'm very good at this.
Go.
So much. I don't even know what I'm aiming at. Oh, I'm ready. Let's see. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Hopefully.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Good morning, Donkey. I know the ladies love Tom. I know. If I was Tom's girlfriend, oh, there's mainstream media across the street over there. There they are.
I like holding this thing.
We like you holding it.
Am I supposed to be hearing? I can't tell. I'm supposed to be listening. I don't know if I can listen and watch at the same time. Oh, yeah.
You're good.
Person. Good morning. Just let me know if you want me to direct the camera in any, particular way, please.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're fine. You're fine. Just keep going. Yeah.
All right. Cheryl got a new toy. That's okay. Yeah, I traveled late today.
Fantastic. I thought about it. She may be in the middle of something, but I don't want to.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be not listening onto the conversation. Scan. Oh. Oh my. Oh.
Tom's out there socializing.
I was gonna just
I think these people, they came from Atlanta.
Yeah, they did.
If I did stuff properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it was like 5:30 when I left my house this morning. It was freezing. And now it's like, hi! Thank you so much. I got a keychain for my keys so that when I drive down here,
Isn't that awesome?
it is beautiful. Thank you so much.
Wow. Does he really?
Yeah, the little ones. Go on the air. Just say.
Oh, wow. So cool.
All right, I'm ready.
Two things.
See this?
Turtle boy.
And to the bottom.
Oh, look at that.
That's awesome.
You're the coolest. Thank you. There's Aiden. So.
We got some pictures with you.
She's dying of me.
I
Right. I know. Hey, let's get a picture. Hi, Mom. How you doing?
Oh, sorry. I'm on left-handed.
So, will you get a picture? You want to get a picture? Yeah, for sure. Let's do it. Oh, nice. Indiana, too.
Thank you.
You go in the middle? Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you.
What, Wayne, Indiana?
Apparently I live in Texas and I stay there. I went to Indiana. Are there two Fort Waynes?
Oh, I got you. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's here.
Okay, that's a little good.
How old are you? How old are you? Yeah, you're right. It's fine. No, no.
You have a big super fan.
Oh, nice. How you doing?
Oh wait, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to get shots there.
The camera's supposed to go dark.
No, you're good. You're fine. You're fine.
You see me coming up. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Literally, only see my mirror image.
Yeah.
I'm entirely apologetic for what I am or am not filming right now. There we go. So I can pop there.
Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, what a good picture. Yeah.
Very welcome. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Oh, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thank you. I love it. I love it.
He's already going out, so.
Oh, no, yeah. I get that. I got the traffic. Of course, yeah, right. Mike,
You need one? I'm gonna just call your
oh,
dog.
yeah, okay, all right, talk to me. Yeah, give it a shot.
I'm gonna hold you regular papa. But camera. Well, I swear I didn't touch anything.
Good job, guys. Come on, nice. Wow. Yeah, God.
Did I make this go dark by accident? I
No,
didn't do
no,
anything.
no.
Nope.
It's probably the phone.
I didn't touch it.
No, you got battery. That's me. Thank you, by the way. I was talking to the, she's from Indiana, right? And, she's down here by herself too, all the way from Indiana to watch this trial. Isn't that something else? Maybe this will work. Yeah. Mike, yeah. That's Mike right there. Him? Mikey! Mike, yeah?
Yo.
Hey, there you are. All right. Just checking.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Look at that Jeep. Look at that color of Jeep. It's blue.
Oh yeah, I like that color.
Nice color.
Yeah, with the red. Yeah, looks good with the red. Sure.
That's a crane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. You want to pay the excise tax on that truck?
Nope.
Hi, how you doing? Good. Thanks for coming down and supporting Karen.
Thank you.
Well, we all do. Everyone does their part, right? That's what happens, and it all works out. Nice. Paying directors way down the end, talking to everybody.
How many people you think are there, Tommy?
Oh, 50, 60.
Oh, good. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, good turnout. But again, Mike, they stuff us in the sidewalk, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Hi. This is what I see. That's what, can you read chat? No chat, is there? Oh, yeah. Cindy says hi to everybody in the chat.
Hello. I would think Karen, if she's gonna drive by, it'll be in the next 10 minutes, bro.
Yes. Yep. The mother and daughter from Georgia right here getting their cameras ready. Always ready. You always got to be ready here, unfortunately. So we got Trooper Bukhenik today, huh?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
What? No, he's today. Yeah.
It's so cool. Turtle Boy came down there. Yep.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. Any questions on that, Caden?
I'm good, buddy. I want to leave him alone, you know? Just kind of do his
Yeah.
thing.
You can sit down.
So I have I got some stuff with oh, my phone. Hey Aiden, there you go. Good, Meredith. Hello. You look comfortable, Meredith. You look good today. Yeah, you look comfy. It looks good.
Tommy always the fucking ass.
What?
Donkey Noggin says good morning to you, Tommy.
Oh, good morning, bud. Hey, yesterday was a ball. He was so much fun in chat yesterday, Mike.
Yeah, he was.
We're blessed. Mike, how did we end up here, right?
I don't know, bro. I have no idea.
What did we do to deserve this, Mike? I'm asking.
We show
Like,
up.
Really, Mike, we have all these people, all these supporters. We have people wearing our T-shirts, Mike, sweatshirts with our name on it. You know, like how? What? Like what?
Yeah.
What's up? Look!
People are disgusted, you know. Ask Aiden about Bukhenik today if he's got any things you think he's going to happen. You hear me?
No, I didn't hear you. What's up?
Ask
Yeah,
him,
what's
ask him what he thinks about. Ask him what he thinks about Bukhenik being called today.
Aiden, you think? Oh,
Well, you're going to the $5 million.
you know where she comes in, right? You know the SUV that she comes in? Black with the brand new, big Suburban, big. See the lights like that? How they go with their like lines? The front of it will look like that.
Ask him about Bukhenik.
An enormous amount of police vehicles and ambulances. It's like always coming by.
Right. You didn't know, you noticed that too, right? Yeah, that they do that on purpose. There were more police here than supporters a couple times. Like it's for no reason. You know what? Last year we had over 200, 300 people.
Yeah.
Not one person skinned a knee.
Yeah.
Like we didn't have one problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
None. And they have all these cops out here for what? Why? There's no need for that. No one's done anything wrong. Yeah. They got to justify their money. But we've never done anything, like nothing like that's ever happened. Like everyone's been nice and quiet and reserved. There's not like nothing.
Yeah.
No, like nothing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we had like people were getting fed last year. We're feeding people.
Yes.
It was so nice. It really
And
was.
it's okay if the market guy gets harassed.
Right. Bingo. Imagine going to his house and calling him and stuff.
Yeah.
No need. Yeah, he's down there. People are pulling him 3 ways to Sunday.
Yeah.
Ah. Got second too. Sorry. Right. No, it's a long ride, long trip. But I'm working on it. Another.
Hey, Tom.
Hi, how are you? Is this a smoking end? Yes.
Oh, that's Tom. Tom said it was so natural night.
I know if you're not going. Oh, by the way, you guys did dynamite raising all that money for Kaen. So everyone at North Shore Nacho Night, thank you very much for everything you've done for the movement. It's a pleasure to see what a group of individuals can do when they're committed to something, you know. And you guys just kind of prove that to everybody. So thank you all for doing that, and I look forward to more Nacho Night news. I really do.
Nice.
So if you guys are closer, I'd make the trip.
They just said, tell them to come.
I would love to. Where is it again? What town?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's up near Peabody and stuff, right?
No, it's not. You live in Weymouth, right?
Whitman, South,
Oh.
way down. I know, you're straight through Boston.
You go through the Zanka Bridge.
Yeah, I know.
Right, it's on the right. That's all on the right, of course. But it's
And then it's like 95 all the way up near, right?
No. That's Peabody.
128 goes around.
Yeah.
Stoneham's like over here.
You don't go to 128 at all. You go
95, yeah, 93 to 95, right?
No.
93 goes up.
The fucking tangent top.
93.
93, that's it. And then you get off the Stoneham exit. And then you just walk around, drive around like little, it's right near the Stone Gym Tron.
Okay. What am I thinking of? Gotta be something else.
Yeah, you got Peabody.
Maybe I'm thinking Peabody.
Yeah.
Peabody and Stone, maybe I'm mixing up where they're at.
Yeah, so it's right up in
Okay. The Peabody's a bitch to get to. You have to, it's,
So it's right here, Southampton. No, you need to know.
Okay.
It's like 4 or 5 exits from under.
And what day is it?
Monday night.
Monday nights?
It's a good time.
You always a good time.
They always do a basket, right?
Yeah.
So someone donates a basket, they do $20 like a chance.
Yeah.
And the basket last week was they've been fabulous. This one was like a beach basket with towels, all kinds of
Oh, yeah.
beach chairs.
Oh, nice.
Lisa's making one for a guy's thing, so she's doing like whiskey, cigars,
Oh, really?
glasses. Yeah.
Wow, Thousand Islands, love it. Smalley, baby, fishing up there. Nice. Watermelon lizard with a little dip of the chartreuse in the tail. They freaking nail it.
So they're telling you all come and thank you, Todd.
Bingo. Listen, I can't promise it, but maybe sometime soon. Maybe I can say that. But again, thank you all for that. Really, it's good to speak.
What time does it start?
Thank you.
What, Mike?
What time does it start?
What time do you guys start?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, Mike.
All right, man.
All right, 6 o'clock on Mondays is nacho night. Okay, and you guys raised a whole bunch of money for Karen, so
Yes, every week. It's unbelievable.
yeah, it's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
Me and Mike did pizza, and we were like almost $1,000. It's like, oh my god, like just thank you to everybody, right?
Sean, they get like $800 even before it starts because people are Venmoing.
Yeah.
Not showing up, they Venmo, so we'll get like $800 before people even show to the Grimsby's.
Thank you all, really. Thank you to all the people to nacho night. Yep.
Yeah, thank
Oh, yeah.
you.
Down on the other side.
Yeah, go all the way down. Yeah,
Anyone see Deanna around?
Deanna's on her way. I promise she's in traffic.
Oh, yeah, well, I was in traffic too. I have to
Yeah.
stop for her.
The traffic's bad getting here, and then you gotta park. So
Yeah.
I know Deanna's coming. Yeah.
Sorry, Todd.
No, we're good. I just want to have a quick cigarette. There's Deanna.
She finally made it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, they had to do so much.
Isn't it horrible? What station you guys from? WPRI, Rhode Island. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's down there. People are already down there. We're meeting there at like 8:30.
Okay, so the release at 7:30 at Rally, March now. We're gonna get here at 7:30. So you're in front of the
No.
courthouse till 8. Now we have to move down here, so that's.
So they started at 7:30 in front of the courthouse. At 7:30, they kick us out. So everyone marches down here. 8 o'clock. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
Yes, I know him.
Did you see it?
I didn't.
You should watch it.
What, can you send me that link? The link?
Yes.
I like him.
Yeah,
He's dynamite. What's his name? Carl?
Steinbeck.
Carl Steinbeck. Yeah, he's great. He's absolutely great. Send me that one.
Where do you want it?
Twitter or Messenger?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
It does. Yeah, she's gonna be a black SUV.
Waves and says hi and all that.
And if there's traffic, she'll open the window and say hi. She's, cordial.
What time? All right, you guys want to.
I mean, if Deanna was in traffic, then Karen's in traffic. So, anytime now.
Where are those people from, Tommy?
WPRI, the Rhode Island people.
Oh, nice. I wonder if just Machado is going to be inside live tweeting.
I hope so. I don't. Don't the people that go get voted in they go for a week, don't they? Is that the week?
Yes. Yes, they go for a week. Yep.
All right, I just sent that to you. Thank you.
No, I like him a lot.
Yeah, I started watching. I was like,
Yeah.
this is interesting.
No, he gets it. Yep. Yeah, no, he's real good. Carl Steinbeck. I don't know if you guys watch him on Twitter or follow him on Facebook or anything like that?
I mean, I know.
Thank you, by the way. Thank you. So you know Karen's in traffic because everyone's trying to get here and they're like struggling. It's hard. Why so much traffic today? What's the deal?
I don't know. That's why I left earlier today.
Oh, I left early too. Trust me. Yep.
It took me 2 hours with all the traffic.
It's 2 hours to get here, and you still came.
Yeah. Today it was like an hour 45.
Oh, where's this from?
New Hampshire.
Okay.
Like the middle of the state.
God love you. Thank you so much for coming down.
I'm glad I can come down.
So is there strong support up there for Karen?
Yeah.
Really?
There is.
New Hampshire in the bag.
How many people stop me to have conversations? This guy stopped me the other day. He was like, "Do you know Jen McCabe?" I'm like, "Of course I know Jen McCabe." He's like, "What a crock of shit, huh?" I'm like, "Yep."
Yep.
So it's pretty funny how many people stop. I love it. Oh, because I have stuff written on my windows on my car.
Oh, well, that maybe, yeah, that's a little giveaway, yeah, right there, yeah. That's a tell.
Spreading the word.
So what do you think of yesterday's testimony from that trooper who didn't see the report? Nope, I didn't write no report.
No.
Well, got your name on it.
Yeah. I wonder if he actually did. If he was there.
Yeah.
Jessica Hyde, man.
Yeah, she's ain't right, that girl.
God bless Alessi, right?
Are we not blessed to have him? I mean, really.
Yeah, her whole team is amazing.
I'm impressed with everybody. I just can't say enough. I can't.
Right. I just hope this jury sees what's right.
Again, yeah, that scares me.
I know.
The last jury that blew me a little bit away. I gotta just say.
The last trial, I'm watching it, and I'm like, there's no way she's going to be found guilty or not. You know, they're
right.
going to find her not guilty. And I couldn't believe it.
Hey.
Were you here for the bus full of kids?
No.
They were stopped at the light.
Heads up!
You Karen?
They were stopped at the light, and they were going, "We ain't got no quit."
That's Karen right there.
No, Stefano Yuri. Yep.
Really? Which vehicle camera? Oh, definitely. Yeah.
That should be interesting.
What is it?
Quick, Mike. One question for Karen, or one thing to Karen. What do you want? Quick.
Kick ass. We ain't got no quit.
Come down there. I'm gonna get the fence here. All right, whatever. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Great job, Mr. Lessie. Great job.
Who's that, Jim?
Come here. Come here.
Yeah. Wait, I'm coming too.
Right here. There's Mr. Lexi right there. Sidewalk, 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 sidewalk.
Oh my god.
You could have got through the gate. I could have got a picture with you, but you stayed where you were. I was trying to get you through. Yeah, welcome, ladies.
Have a good day, Tom.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for that link. Henry's a good boy. Hey, you. Hey. Never drop your hand. Always protect your eye, okay? Keep that jab up. Always. Always. You learn that one, right? Hey, when's your next one? Still got trained though, right? There's a lady I want to hook you up with. Her name's Carrie. She does a lot. She's very involved in the boxing area, like professional ones, like in the Dorchester one. You know, she's very involved with that whole show. I want to hook her up with Carrie because Carrie knows the professional. She actually helps train them. She's very good. She got the whole thing in her garage. She got a heavy bag. She got speed bags. She got the thing on the wall where the lights up. You got to punch it.
Yeah.
You know, she's got everything. And a lot of the professionals, they go to her house and they train there. So I'm trying to hook her up with Carrie. So yeah.
She went to a place called No Name Some Boxing Club for a little
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Where's your mom? Okay. Tell her I said hi.
I sure will.
Yeah. So Mike, she's a boxer.
Oh, nice.
She's boxing, Mike.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
So I'm trying to get her hooked up with Carrie.
What weight?
Because Carrie does a lot of that stuff.
What weight, Tommy?
What's up?
What's the weight? What weight?
Oh, what class do you? What do you find a class, like a weight class?
No.
No.
No, but I'm on 145.
Okay.
I would be 145.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
All
Good.
right.
Good. Don't quit. If you like it, and the parts that get tough,
Yeah, it was a good crowd.
those are the parts that make you who you are. You'll see. You know one already? All right. Awesome. But if you need anything, you just give me a ring. I'll see if I can help you out. Really. All right. So keep that jab up. Protect that eye. Always. You never drop your other hand. Okay.
All right, I'll see.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
But
The flash is on its head.
I know you.
I know you.
What's up, my dear?
What's up with you?
Nothing. We're gonna have to get that ticket thing situated.
Yes. I told him, don't.
Roger that.
Like, okay.
Yeah, no. And if it does end up, we'll get a little rally going, and I'll try and raise some money for you guys.
I told him, I said, we have an attorney.
Yeah.
Take care of us.
Good. And you want the ticket completely removed.
Right.
Because if they just say you'll drop it to a warning, it goes against your record still. So. Renee.
You heading out, Tommy?
I guess so. Everyone's bailing.
All right. Are you going home?
I was probably gonna go back to the car for a little bit and see what happened, and then jump on it at home.
think I'm trying to figure out who's putting the trial up. The people are texting me to put it up and share it.
No, Shelby's doing it. Shelby's gonna do it.
When someone
Yeah.
else texted me. Okay.
No, Shelby's got that under
All
control.
right.
Don't worry, guys. They don't start for another 10 minutes.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. All right. So listen, we're gonna make a break for it. You ready?
No, turn it off, Tom.
All right. I'll be right back, guys.
All right. Good. Yeah, Shelby has. Okay, Shelby. I just want to make sure because I'm getting mixed. Okay, we're all on the same page then. All right. Right. So that was cool. Probably like 50, 60 people there. I'm trying, Shelby. Okay. Yep. So we'll have that in a minute. Tom's just walking through the zone where you're not allowed to film. Be a free human being. Can't do anything. Kind of a joke. But anyways. Thanks for everybody being in the chat today. My name is Richard Hertz. I'll be your co-commentator today. I live in Holden, Mass. Yeah. Sucks. This is what he has to do. He has to literally shut his phone down. Come, good morning, buddy. You gotta shut your phone down to walk through this area. This is just nuts, man. This is the stuff. You know what? We're like, okay, we'll play a game, right? And we're here anyways. So how do you like me now? All right. Go fuck your hand. Thanks for Tommy driving like an hour and a half to get there, people. Oh, man. Long. That sucks, man. Sucks. Oh, listen, Hama. Western Mass is nice. Don't listen to Tom. What? I love Western Mass. I go out there and I vacation. It's nice out there. It's a different world out there. It's artsy fartsy out there. I like it. Oh, what's up, Danielle? You want to buy Tom a frap? Yeah, Tom. I don't think Tom doesn't. I don't know. Tom doesn't vacation out there. Once you vacation out there, it's Sturbridge and stuff. Yeah, I go see on the 4th of July. I usually go see James Taylor and go hang out there for a while. I'll stay at the nice little bed and breakfast down there right at the corner. Jesus, the Red Lion Inn. Yeah, we get a pool. And then before that, I usually go up to like North Adams and I go to Mass Mocha, see the good museum. Yeah, Tom vacations on the pond. That's right. He's in a crawdad. Yeah. So yeah, Tom will be up in a second. He's just gonna walk through. Can you believe he's gonna walk through this stuff and be able to deal with this stuff? Oh, Flip, nice post, dude. Love it. If you're not following Flip Ahead on we get the fan going on X, you're fucking cray. And Tim Bradle just started an X account, guys. If you want to stay up with that, he's new to Twitter, so I can't imagine what he's gonna be doing. But I mean, anything to do with the Turtle Boy case, right? I would think he'd have some insight on it, maybe. Heather, yeah, me too. I just saw that he just became a member last day or two, so I don't know. He's gonna find out what a cesspool it really is and learn the ways that he's gonna have to. Once he sends a tweet out, shit's gonna go sideways for him. Yeah, you can follow Flip Ahead, obviously. There's some other people on there. I don't know. Flip Ahead put a whole thing together one time about who you should follow, like the top 40 people or something like that. Oh God, Jesus Christ! Up, Justin Machado is inside the courtroom.
People will start coming over here now, setting up shop.
Georgia ladies.
What is that?
Georgia from Georgia. Yep.
Them over here.
Hi.
Nice. You got to see Karen and everything. Isn't that just great all the way?
Got video and then walked up, got a good
Yeah.
picture of Alessi.
Isn't he dynamite? He's so awesome. Yeah, he's great. Alessi's great. Hi, how are you? Lisa from San Francisco. You're from San Francisco?
Nice bug house.
And you came here to see this?
I'm here for work, but
Okay.
I'm flying out tonight, so I thought I'd just pop in.
This is all it takes. Just you're doing it. You're doing it. It's just stopping by.
It's trial one.
Yep. And what do you think about trial 1 to trial 2? Yep.
Just frustrating.
Yeah. So, you know how like now you know how we're feeling, like our frustration here and stuff. Yeah. Wow.
It's like watching on a TV show, but I can never
In real time, right? In front row. Yeah, it is.
coverage.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for watching, really. Oh my. Wow. No, thank you. Thank you for being a supporter. Mike, you get up at 5:30 to watch us. From San
Oh,
Francisco,
man.
guys.
I love
San
it. I love
Francisco.
it.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Let
That's
me get a picture. I always have 2 phones.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much. Oh my. Oh. Hi. Oh, look at the pretty one. You're getting so big. How she doubled? Doubled in size. You're kidding me. Hi, pretty. You're so pretty. You're the pretty one. Hi. Oh, hi. It's okay. Well, a dog wants to love everybody, huh? Hi. You're good. Yes, you are. Let me go talk to my co-defendant.
Johnny was going off on some meetings. I was having trouble keeping up, but he had plenty to say. Yeah, so you were getting it all in one big flash out of context. You had no idea what you were talking about. And then, 5, 6, minutes later, we're in the middle of, the sticker gate. We're going to I mean, what we've said in the past, a lot of us in the movement have a pretty decent control with respect to how we've known us for years. We usually have good negotiations with them. I think we caught them on a really bad day. Well, and then we're coming through, and he's saying something to you about this isn't your 5th time. And then he sees Johnny with the 3-can reading decal on his vest, and he rips it off. And it was such a subtle little sticker. I think it actually said something about justice for John Keith, and just below that tiny it said, just FKR. It wasn't even spelled out. Yeah, it wasn't even like a very bold statement. That decal. For those who weren't around that morning, we were wandering. It was April Fool's Day, which may be just a coincidence, but it was day 1 of the trial selection process. So everybody was kind of on edge. Yeah, that's when I heard them say as I made one of my 5 trips back and forth across that area. Yeah, which Sergeant Harvin was keeping count. Well, that's all good work. So he said, one of the guys said, not to me, just to his buds, said, we got the van here. We'll fucking arrest him. I mean, he said, we'll warn them once. So that was their mindset that morning. Right, they were coming in with that attitude, trying to lay down the law. I think they've relaxed quite a bit, actually. I mean, even yesterday at the end of the court day, I was down there. I think even, Stock Department, in retrospect, would probably admit that he was, a little hot-headed there.
That's reporter from Justice Serve TV on there, guys. Just so you know.
Defendant, how are you, sir?
In our matter again.
Court's in session.
Good job with Dr. Biden yesterday.
That's
Awesome.
That's easy duty.
Isn't that?
Okay, man. Yeah, that's
Isn't that
easy
great?
duty.
Yeah, no doubt.
Especially, I mean,
He's great. He's great. Yep.
with syndicate corral him.
Hey,
Yes,
can we
we
switch
travel
it? Switch it to the court.
Let's talk about this case, right? But in the context of the testimony we had heard about what the troopers did or didn't do at the autopsy, right? It was perfectly appropriate for him to comment on that, and I think he gave folks an insight as to, that's how it's supposed to happen,
Correct.
versus what they heard from the witness.
Yep.
So,
All right, trial's on.
Charles Otto, I got you.
I can't hear it. Oh, I'm controlling it. Okay. All right.
It was right after 9/11, and my.
So you guys have no sound? Okay. Can someone help me with the sound? Please. I don't have control of it. I think that's Melissa. Somebody help me with the sound. Oh, it's on now? Okay, you got it? All right, thanks, guys. I don't have sound, guys. You should be using my feed. My feed.
I can't hear it. Shelby, can you put volume on?
No, it's Shelby's.
Into
There we go.
Sorry, guys.
It's just type.
There we go. Got it.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
Do you guys have sound or
And have
no?
you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the
Okay, you guys have
structure
some.
of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4. The authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious there was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't. A month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian or a vehicle or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
More than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes, before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to at the very least shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing is always an issue. And you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not. No.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subdural.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes. What happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
That's all do.
For a large black Lexus SUV.
Jennifer McCabe again.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
Under the call
When
of
you
Jen
pulled up to the
McCabe.
address, did you make any immediate observations while you
What
were
the
still
fuck?
inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the
fucking
home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was
away,
closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it'd be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow. So it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else? relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So
No pictures, nothing.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Wow.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Wow. His testimony changed a little bit from last year. He never mentioned that he saw the missing piece. And you know who's going to put that away is the Dighton police officer, Officer Barrows.
Mike, this is interesting. Isn't it interesting?
He changed the story, dude.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
He never mentioned last year that he saw a big piece missing at all. Never. Nope. Never happened. This is all new.
Mike, how did Jen McCabe know to call Proctor?
I know, dude. That's huge.
How did she know to call Proctor?
Exactly. Her fingers are all over. I hope the jury understood what just happened right there. Like, Jen McCabe's name came up again. It was in court all day yesterday. Now it's up again. All right. We have a trooper online that got a phone call from a witness allegedly that this is what happened. And that's what they went with. You know what I mean? It's bullshit. Hey, Aaron's back with
right.
How you doing? Hey. Wow. That is so great. Is that?
Look at that. They're not happy.
No. Once you get Officer Barrows up there, because he was the closest.
Mike, they're pissed.
Yep. Because they know he changed the story.
All right, what?
They know he changed. They know that.
Yep.
He changed the story. You know, he never mentioned last trial.
Who do you think told them? Mike, who told the O'Keefes?
Told the O'Keefes what? Jen McCabe.
What happened to John? Yeah.
Jen McCabe did. Yeah, Jen McCabe did. Yep. She called. She had an 8-minute conversation with him. That's documented.
Yep.
So.
Wow.
Are you heading home?
Up with that? Yeah, I'm a little bit away.
All right, man.
I'm making progress. Yeah, it was a good day. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that mother and daughter got to see Karen. They came all the way up here to see her, and they got a picture with her. Kind of.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm so happy that happened.
Me too.
You know, mother and daughter all the way from Georgia, Mike.
I know, that's cool.
I spoke to a lady from San Francisco, dude. You can't get any farther from the country. That's like on the border of Tijuana, New Mexico, right?
No, it's up north, California.
No. Down San Diego south.
Oh,
at the bottom.
You said San Francisco, didn't you?
Was it San Francisco or San Diego?
San Francisco.
I think that's what she said. One of them.
Yeah.
From California, that side of the world.
Yeah, 5.5
All
hours.
the way here. This is national, guy.
Yeah.
Worldwide, even.
Do you think you have more people this year than we did last year from out of state?
No. Last year was just constant people from like all over.
Right.
But again, this year, you know, kinda. We do got a lot of people driving up, Mike.
Yeah.
One lady drove from New Hampshire, dude. Middle of New Hampshire.
Yeah, I saw that.
That is so dedicated.
So she left at like, I don't know what time this morning. Yeah. Fucking nuts, man.
Yep. I mean, she's got support.
Yeah, I have a tough time doing that. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I have a tough time doing that.
Mike, it's not an easy thing, bud. And then guess what? You got to go back.
That's
Both,
next
it's
level.
a two-way trip, dude, right?
Yeah.
Yep. But no, that Mike, the people down there make it worth it. They really make it worth the ride. They are so nice. You know, everyone's cool.
Yeah. Not like the Celtics game last night where the Knicks fans got attacked in the streets of Boston last night. Guys, come on.
So,
We're better than
yeah,
that.
not good.
Big fight in Causeway last night.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Come on, guys. We can do better than that, guys.
It's probably every night, but we just don't see it. But last night there was a brawl.
Oh, can't say that isn't Boston. How many times have you walked by a fight?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. I don't, you know. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. Just walk around it. See you later. The mics are loud as fucking insane.
Keep it. Nothing to see here. Legit.
Turn my mic down.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, we can't do anything right, Tom. Our mics are too loud. Our mics are too soft. You break it up. Jesus. Do you guys understand what kind of road show we have to put on with no engineer at the back?
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm
give
not
a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did
Wow,
you get an answer
different
to your
story.
question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on
Changing
the
it
back
up.
of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
Without the commentary.
Mhm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
What is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dayton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dayton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Oh man, another fucking lie, dude. They got you haven't taken pictures of the car in the inverted Sally port. I bet you they don't play the Sally port video, Tom. You're on mute. You're on mute. All right.
Yeah, for my phone's been off the hook. What happened, Mike?
I don't. Well, he's making shit up. He says that he saw a big piece of taillight missing when he got to Karen's parents' house. Didn't take a picture of it. Mr. Proctor, not Trooper Proctor, Mr. Proctor was even closer at 3 feet away. Never took a picture of it. And then they went in, seized her phone. Karen remembers dropping John off at 34, but never seen him go into the house. And then Bukhenik says Karen told him that she did a 3-point turn. All right. You're on mute. Did a 3-point turn, which is that's just blows up the whole theory of the narrative, right? Am I missing something here? Because the comment is saying she went 62 feet, drove backwards and hit him. Now he's saying Karen told her she did a 3-point turn, and he just testified to it.
Quick interruption. Tommy, you taking over, right?
He's on mute.
Oh, of course he is.
I'm here.
Okay.
You taking over?
You taking over streaming so I can shut my computer? It's overheating.
Yes. I got
Okay.
this.
All right.
Thanks,
I'll be in the chat. I'll be in the chat, guys.
Thank you, Shelby. She does a lot. She's great.
Now you get the stream up.
Whoa. It's trying to throw me.
Wow. Sorry,
All right,
bud.
one
You gotta jump right in here.
I know. I get to find the.
She had channel 25 on it, I think it was. If you want to go, or Lauren Crown, whatever you want to do.
Try 25. How's that?
Yeah, that's a yeah. I mean, he's totally changed the story. Then now you're gonna have Officer Barrows deny the big piece missing.
How?
Right? This is crazy. Oh, hey.
Live court video. Karen Reed's trial. There we go. Day 12. Come on.
This is fucking nuts, dude.
This is best Massachusetts has. Come on.
And he's doing this. He's not even reading a report, right? He's just up there talking. He's just answering questions free flow. I'm not judging that his memory's not good because it seems like he's pretty confident what he's saying and he's not looking around. He's just rattling it off. But if Jackson's going to cross him, another 3-point turn. How did you come up with the summation that just because his shoe was gone, it was a car accident? Why did Jen McCabe call Mr. Proctor?
How did she know? How did she know, Mike?
This is fucked.
It is.
And why did they take the taillight out at 34 Fairview?
I can't find the trial now, dude.
Come on, stop it, Tony. You're
I'm looking for it right now.
You're amateur.
90
Stop.
freaking windows open.
That's your fault.
Yeah. Live court video. 25's not giving it to me. It brings me to the freaking.
Go. I don't have to tell you. I'm not over there. Law and crime. Then I don't know. Stock market's flying, man.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I hear China is 40 of their big banks drop.
Stock market's through the roof. Bitcoin's at 99,000. Yeah, boy. You can hear it.
You can't see it. There's nothing there. What I'm trying to say.
Did you go to the live button up there in the brown? Yeah.
Live. Watch Law and Crime Network.
Yeah.
No, watch live. Brings me back to this page.
You can't find channel. Tom, come on, man.
Dude,
all right, hold on.
Can't read. Search.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send you the.
I'm gonna try CBS. See if CBS will give me a link.
Send it to you right now.
I don't want the freaking timeline. Where is
There you
the
go.
video?
Look at your phone. Tommy, check your messenger too.
Yep.
People send it to you.
Got it.
All right.
Copy. All right, here we go.
Yeah, Bitcoin's at 99,000. Yeah, baby.
All right.
25 News, NBC 10.
It's at a break, it says.
So put it up.
I am going to boom. There's that one. It's Court TV.
They are at a break. They're at a
sidebar again.
All right, hold on. Let me be sure. No, they're live.
Heated garage or Sally Port.
Yeah, they're live, dude.
Okay, hold on. Live. Got it here. Stream. Up.
Evidence. So
Thank you.
The chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it. I'll strike that, ask it differently.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34,
why was the narcotics there?
Did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full
Article of clothing
investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know, man. His story changed.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
If you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back
Those clothes.
cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So
Find this funny, Buckhead?
excuse me.
Is it funny?
I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I
the floor.
removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why
That's
did you
fucking
lay out
funny,
the
dude. This is funny.
clothing items one by one
Fucking
separately?
douche.
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from
It's so fucking funny, dude.
the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And
Oh,
were
really?
they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you have to understand something.
Do you have
Not
gloves,
hey,
Trooper Bukhenik?
Howie Carr.
Yes, I do.
Bukhenik said it was not familiar with Proctor messing with Karen Reed's cell phone, except he reported to his fellow goons, including Bukhenik, that he was looking for nudes. You're on mute. Oh, he's talking to somebody. Do you hear that, guys? Howie Carr. Bukhenik says he was not familiar with Mr. Proctor messing with Karen Reed's cell phone, except when he reported to fellow goons, including Bukhenik, that he was looking for nudes. A comment Bukhenik liked. Wow.
He liked the comment. I didn't know he liked it. Did he really?
Yep.
What a scumbag.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
He's laughing too, Tom. Earlier, he's like smiling and giggling. Like, this is John O'Keefe's clothes, dude. And you're just like, ha 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 ha. Oh, nicely folded up, and yeah, okay.
Cut down the middle.
Thank you.
Those they don't look like they were cut like that last year, but
Mike, there's grass stain on the ass.
or blood.
Yeah, but you saw that, right?
Yeah.
So how do you get grass stain if it's snowing out?
Right. Hey, did you get that text just now?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker. One.
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You want to move this item into evidence?
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
All right, see you later, Cop Sutter.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fair.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from. From 34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Okay. So obviously Jackson's going to be crossing. And we're going to have Nan on during lunch today, people. If you have questions, legal questions about the proceedings or not, you can definitely keep those. I'll start thinking about some questions you might have. Now, remember, Attorney Nan Gallagher, I don't know if she watched the whole trial one or not, but obviously to a lot of us that have been watching this, we know that he's changed the story a little bit. And I like the fact that he's calling him Mr. Proctor, not Trooper Proctor. So lunchtime-ish, we'll have Attorney Dan Gallagher on the stream. Get your questions ready if you have any. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. She's always a awful good help when needed. Right? Yeah. I mean, Howie Carr coming up with that was really, oh, Jesus. He's not familiar with Mr. Proctor messing around carrying his cell phone, except for when he reported to his fellow goons, including Bukhenik, that he was looking for nudes. And then Bukhenik liked that. So that's going to, Alan Jackson's going to tear this guy into asshole. Like, I don't know if he really understands what's coming. Like Connor Keefe yesterday. Oh, my God. This Bukhenik, buddy. I mean, you're laughing about stuff up there. I think it's a fucking joke, dude. It's a fucking joke. You get a dead man's clothes sitting next to you. You get his family sitting across from you, an innocent defendant sitting in front of you, and you're laughing. You think it's funny. And now you're saying you saw a piece of a taillight that was missing at her parents' house that you didn't mention last year, or Michael Proctor didn't mention last year, nor did you take any pictures of the taillight last year. But, you have Officer Barrows from Dighton police officer who said it was cracked. That was it. Nothing missing. So you guys get that uphill battle to work with. So cut the bullshit. Stop laughing. Act like a pro. Unless you're throwing the towel in, dude. That just makes me sick. He laughed like that. Asshole. Just lost all respect, man. joking, like you think he's getting along with the jury, but he's got no notes in front of him. He's going by memory. You don't think this is going to be once Jackson starts reading off his reports? Oh God. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he is medicated. I don't know, man. He just seems a little less edgy, you know? He does seem like he's down a couple of heartbeats. Blood pressure's down a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. Oh God. But that just upsets me, man, that you just laugh. You get like you chuckled like, oh, this is funny. Dude, you're in the middle of a murder trial of an innocent person. And you chuckle. Wow. Whew. Now, if I was the O'Keefe's, I'd be pissed.
Jurors will take on morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence. So we will see you at 11:30.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me. So we're going out for half an hour. No big deal. This is horrible. So Deanna just announced that she's coming on. Okay. She'll be on at lunchtime. Whatever lunchtime is, we'll get her on here and then she can ask some questions. But any questions you have in the chat, just put a Q next to it if you want. I guess he can help you out. But I'm really upset the fact that he laughed up there like that. So let's get it straight. So he's saying,
No one, I'll come right back on.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes. Yes.
Well, what's going on?
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
Oh.
No, no problem.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Ooh, what's that all about?
All right.
If that's a black sneaker, if that turns out to be the truth, I mean, this would be crazy if it comes out now. Crazy. I wouldn't put anything past this defense team now. You gave another bite at the apple. Shame on you. You fucked up, man. You done fucked up. Yeah, they should. Well, I saw pictures yesterday of both sneakers side by side, right and left, upside down. But you're right. They should have both sneakers up and presented to the jury today, or at some point. But I don't know. The hat get found later. The straw hasn't been talked about. They found a black straw. His shoe was there. So I don't know, man. Do you think what's her face really brought over donuts in the morning in the blizzard for her nephew's birthday? That's bullshit. Wait till that comes out. Yeah. What's the strategy of not calling Proctor, knowing the defense will call him? I get distance themselves from that lead investigator. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much. He was the lead investigator. There's only so much you can do there. Oh, okay. The neurosurgeon on the bump in the head. This is interesting. Like that, such Hank, that sly son of a bitch, man. Yeah, she brought in donuts to celebrate Brian. Yeah, right. Piece of shit. But really, was she really at Dunkin'? Was Dunkin' Donuts open that early with the blizzard? I was close friends with John when we played basketball together. Then we kind of you grow up. I was in my early 20s. I was playing a lot of basketball at the time, and then John was 16, 17. So I remember John getting his first license and things like that. I played with the whole family, Mr. O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, and John as well. Played for like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years together. But yeah, I wouldn't like friends. Yeah, we were friends, but it was a long time. It was a while ago, but you never really forget that kind of stuff after that, especially now. It's like, oof. But yeah. But like I'm like currently, I called them because we stayed in touch, but I called them for 2 tickets my wife had received by the state police in Milton. She was going to Cambridge. She got 2 speeding tickets in 1 week, and John fixed them for me. So with the state police in Milton. So yeah, that's the kind of guy he was. You just could call. I had his phone number and Venmo. Well, I don't know how it works. I guess you Venmo through his phone numbers, whatever. But I had no idea when I talked to him that he was actually living in Kaen now. Nor did he know I was living in Kaen. And nor did I know that Mike Camarano, who lives down the end of my road, was friends with him, and his because of the kids and stuff. So it was like a small, like I had a blowback moment. I was just like, what the fuck, Yeah, I had a lot of good memories with John, like playing and Paul and his father. His father was you used to see him pull up in the old plumber's van, big creaky van, the 3 of them in there. And I remember when John got his license, he was all fucking, I don't have to say what in live there. All right. Yeah, is what it is. Sucks. But then you find out he was done dirty, and that changed the game for me, anyways. Yeah, Mike Camarano was a true gentleman, in my opinion. From what I could tell, good family guy, good kids. And it was really showed emotion. Trial 1 and trial 2, it bothered him. His John and Mike were going out because their daughters. I'm going to call Kaylee John's niece, but Mike's daughter and his niece both got into Bishop Feeney, and they were out celebrating. She wasn't going to go to Canton, and that was half the reason that we went out. Yeah. But yeah, I would think so. They were close. They hung out quite a bit. And so did Kurt Roberts hung out with those guys a little bit, So enough about that. Goat Boy, if you guys don't follow Goat Boy on X, he also grew up with John when he was younger and stuff. I don't know what relationship they had later on in life, but John was from Braintree. So when I knew him, he lived in Braintree when he was younger, and then he obviously got on the police force. I knew that. He was in Duxbury. I'm a South Shore boy. And then he went into Boston. He was going to school. John's grandfather was a police officer. So, yeah. Paul was a quarterback at Braintree High. Paul was a quarterback. He was a stud dude. He was an athlete. And then he went on to, was it Stonehill? Yeah. He's a quarterback. So his sister, obviously, we know what happened there. She passed away. Yeah, so it's been like fucking the worst luck, man. I don't know. Oh, Merrimack, then Stonehill. Okay, yeah. Merrimack, I know some friends that went there. Merrimack was a lot of fun. Stonehill, yeah. Stonehill's not cheap, man. I was playing golf with somebody last year. They were telling me it was over $50,000 a year to go to Stonehill. Am I right? Yeah, Tully played football with Paul. He was on the was he a defensive tackle? Yeah. And Erin, his wife, was a college member there as well. She was a server at a local watering hole for the college kids and stuff. That's how they met. Yeah. I don't know. It's funny how small the world gets, and stuff. But yeah. And obviously, I heard WBZ say, that it's all on film, blah blah blah. I was like, oh fuck, tragedy, right? And then shit hit the fan, right? Yeah, Darcy, I know, right? He was getting free drinks. You know, back when I knew him too, like he wasn't like he was an athlete. Like that's all he did. He worked out and played football, you know, and basketball. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, Tully knows the O'Keefes. Yeah, went to school together. I mean, Tully was a little bit older. So if Paul was a freshman, I'm thinking Tully was a junior. You know, I think Paul started as a freshman too, or a sophomore. No, football. Yeah, I play hoop. Yeah, I don't know if Paul's working. I don't know. I don't see how he could be. Maybe that's why Erin's not there every day too. You know, I mean, we're all thinking the worst, but maybe she's got a job and stuff. I don't know. But all the stuff you see on X and the cesspool, you see Paul fucking around, you know, doing this thing, kind of. Paul transferred to Stonehill after Merrimack. Yeah, because he probably wasn't getting any playing time. Yeah. Interesting. He could have. I don't know if he could have played hoop. John's taller than Paul. Paul was like, you know, Paul was young, but he was a good athlete. He was a real good athlete when he was young. And then obviously, you know, as time goes on, injuries and shit. But yeah, we used to battle quite a bit. Me and the father used to pull me aside, senior, and just say, "Beat the bag off these guys, will you?" I'd be like, "What?" He's like, "I want you to bang." So that's, you know, we got chippy. But that was the back in the day. And then I played hoop until in my 40s, until injuries no longer could let me go anymore. Yeah, I blew my back out in high school. I blew my both ankles out a couple of times. Never blew any out. Yeah, Mr. O'Keefe was an awesome guy, dude. He had when we played, he had a bunch of his friends played with us too, and they were just awesome guys. One was a corrections officer, one owned an elevator company. Just really good people. You know, if you told me their names, I remember them. But there was times there was people that played after us that had us play. We played 4 hours on the night. You know, that's a long run. We played in Quincy. And Mr. O'Keefe was always a good guy. He's always been a plumber. I don't know if you get that, but a plumber. He'd do anything for you. He'd do anything for you. If you said, "Hey, I have an issue with my plumbing," he would either tell you to go see this guy where you lived, or, you know, he would do it or something like that. You know, that's the kind of guy I pictured him to be. And he was close with Karen. Him and Karen went to church together. I found that out. They attended masses on Sunday together. So what's the rub between Paul and Peggy and versus Karen? I think it comes down with the kids and like the love of the kids and who gets more of it. And, you know, it can be a thing where you're a grandmother and there's another woman involved in your son's life. I don't know. I went downstairs last night. I caught my wife watching Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. Holy shit. You want to talk about evil people. Fuck. Women, what is up with that? Real Housewives of Salt Lake City reunion, whatever the heck it was. Holy shit. Yeah, the other question I have is, how long was that stuff on the butcher paper for? And was that room sealed? Did you have to have a special permit to get in, or a card to get in there? You know, that's what I want to know. A lot of different things. Like, I don't remember his pants being cut open that bad last year either. But I don't know. Jed McCabe called and put the bug in their ear. Let's just stop talking about it. That's what happened. So Brandy Churchwell, so Trooper Keefe found the left shoe at Fairview, and Bukhenik found the right shoe from Fairview. Got it. Shit show. Yeah, you're right, Brandy. Can we just please see them all together? I know. I saw a picture yesterday on someone just did. Brandy posted them. Yeah, so they're in two different evidence bags. One shoe on one side, one shoe on the other side. Interesting. I don't know. Do you guys think Bukhenik's acting a little different? I do. He's definitely different from last year. I think everybody last year knew something was up, and they were chippy. All on the prosecution side, they were chippy. Yeah, I can't believe they're even still going on with this sham trial, as the Glare would say. I don't buy this for a second. And then yesterday, knowing that Jen McCabe called their sister 34 Fairview at 5:07 or 5:08. Yeah, they're going through the motions, Barry. Thanks, man. Yeah. But hearing that was confirmed was awesome. And how the prosecution just left that out of their reports in terms of talking about it yesterday, because obviously it's, exonerates Kaen a little bit, that was huge. So she called the sister and stuck for 30 seconds. Do you know how long 30 seconds is to talk to somebody? So, hey, Karen's on the way over here. It's time to do what you got to do. We're going to go back to One Meadows, and then we're going to be over there soon. So you got about an hour. Okay. Okay, good. All right. There's still more time left, folks. Okay. Talk to you later. All right. Just pissed me off, man. Yeah. Justice Bajonki on the way to Dighton, Jim McCabe called Proctor and told them about Karen's cracked taillight. Jim McCabe framed Karen Reed. That's Justice Bajonki. And they got the phone calls, man. 10:55, Proctor calls Jen before arriving to her house for interviews. 12:49 p.m. Proctor calls Jen for 1 minute 9 seconds. 1:24 p.m. Jen calls Proctor for 1 minute and 42 seconds. So that was on the ride down to Dighton. This is nuts. Yeah, everybody's saying that you should. Why weren't the pictures taken? Why weren't the pictures taken? Yeah, and the bump that John told Karen that he hit his head, and Karen told Proctor and Bukhenik that John told her that he hit his head and doesn't remember how he hit his head 2 nights prior. Okay. Obviously, Karen's not going to take the stand, but that's all news to me. Like, that never happened. I can't believe he can sit up there with a straight face and talk about a 3-point turn, add stuff to his story, or not talk about things that should be talked about. Fucking bullshit. Everybody's saying that sneaker looks brand new. This whole sneaker thing, man, I am with you, man. I don't know anything about it. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. The pictures look like it has a black sole. And there's pictures of the 2 sneakers that are upside down that have white soles. So, but just as someone mentioned, we haven't seen both sneakers on trial pulled out of the same bag, have we? Would you do that if you're an officer? Would you bag one that was on his foot, and then would you bag another one that was found at the site? Is that how it works? I don't know. And they both had phones on them when they showed up in Dighton at Karen's house, and they didn't take pictures of the taillight. What is that? What is that? That's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking piss me off, man, these guys. I mean, everybody's ripping them apart, man. This is like so many lies. And Bukhenik just added bruises to the wounds that were on John's arm. That wasn't talked about. Yep, Goat Boy, he's just adding stuff. Oh, Flip's going off on him too. Oh, man. Goat Boy saying that, did he just pull a new sticker? Bev looks gravely concerned. My goat sense is telling me something is amok. If you're not following Goat Boy, man, on X, you gotta. He's a friend of John's. Yeah. Yep. A lot longer than I was, I believe. So right now at break time, Jackson and Brennan are actually talking to each other about what we don't know. Yeah. Where's John's socks? Great question, Kim. We want to see the shoes side by side. And it's Bukhenik on Xanax. I don't know. Yeah, where's socks, people? That's right. Where's his underwear, right? The one that had the puke in it, right? Where's that? Oh, man. Yeah, what are they talking about with Bukhenik? I wonder. What was the new information Jen McCabe remembered and told Proctor in 1 minute and 9 seconds that led to him to make the decision to take Karen Reed's Lexus? And note that McCabe has just hung up with Brian Albert minutes before. Great tweet, Carrie Ann. Yeah. So here you go. This is all what's happening. It's all in motion, right? It's fluid motion right now, right? Jen McCabe was quarterback in this whole thing, dude. Wow, she's evil. She is evil. Oh, Nan. Oh, Jim C's got some questions for Nan. All right. What's the strategy of not calling Proctor, knowing the defense will call him? Yeah, that's a great question, man. Yep. No, my three sons. I don't know what bombs the Canton Chronicle has been posted. I don't know anything about. I don't follow them. I know. I live in Canton. Hold on, I think my dogs want to come in. They love it up here in my office. Yeah, I don't know what Canton. Hopefully, I have to go check it out, man. John Camo is really dialed into Canton and is other point. Yeah, I know. I'll find out. I know if you watched the town meeting the other day, they were going after Chris Albert pretty hard and asked him to resign again. And then they went after Mike Lochran, told him, "You're next," basically. You know, like, you're done too, dude. So, and these people, you know, the select board think they can, they'll never get voted out. Yeah, it's just ask on John Connolly what's going on with his world right now. So yeah, people are posting about the shoe. Yeah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I know. Aiden is like this guy that spent the last 9 months investigating rubber duckies and harassing South Shore grandmothers is on the stand acting like he's some sort of legitimate murder police. He's right. He's laughing up there. Pisses me off, man. What is Brennan and Jackson talking about? Like, listen, I got your boy lined up for an impeachment. I don't know what you want to do, but this is what I'm going to do. If you want to stop him now, this is Bedrow. You cannot make this up. The jury knows that the DA is avoiding Proctor for his corruption and competence, and they're now seeing that the DA is having problems admitting evidence through his partner that the defense didn't even object to because it had not been vouched for or logged properly. This is an absolute gift to the defense. It has in the left-hand foot. It has the left-hand foot. Doesn't know what the right foot is doing. You'll never see this again if you watch 1,000 more trials. Really, Bedrow. Wow. So he's on the same page with us guys. He's talking about the sneakers. Olivia, wow, did the Commonwealth just get caught red-handed planting sneakers with their evidence mixed up on the stand in real time? The defense should move for a mistrial right now. Olivia, wow. The defense called for a sidebar at the court, just broke recess. Holy shit. Whoa. What is going on, man? Wow. It's got to be on Facebook too, guys, right? I don't know. Olivia dropping a bomb. In Brandy Churchwell, bombs are being dropped. Wow. Imagine if the sneakers are different. Man. Okay. So Olivia. Wow, did the Commonwealth just get caught red-handed planting sneakers with their evidence mixed up on the stand in real time? The defense should move for a mistrial right now. Defense called for a sidebar, and the court just broke for recess. That was Olivia Lambeau. And then post from Betero. You cannot make this up. The jury knows the DA is avoiding Proctor for his corruption and incompetence. They are now saying that the DA is having problems admitting evidence through his partner, Bukhenik, that the defense didn't even object to because it had not been vouched or logged properly. Wow. This is an absolute gift to the defense. It has the left hand, doesn't know what the right hand is doing. You'll never see this again if you watch 1,000 more trials. That's Betero. Wow. Oh, wow. If they can prove that, man. Again, I don't know. I'm just like you, right? I don't know anything about that. And that you had Connor Keefe holding up a shoe yesterday, and Bukhenik is holding up the other shoe today, right and left, right? Why aren't both in the courtroom? This is fucked. Yeah, I mean, he's up there chuckling too. Like, come on. Guy's a fucking douchebag. Oh man, this would be, imagine right now. Oh yeah, Danielle was like, Erie's a terrible liar, just awful. I feel like Hank thinks he can bait either Karen or his parents to take the stand to refute these blatant lies like this. His ego overrides his intelligence. That's complete nonsense. That's about Karen told him about the head, blah blah blah. Yeah, the DNA on the shirt, 5 different DNAs on the sneakers. That's right, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Meatball might be called to the. This is crazy. Wow, man. I can't like Pedro just said. You won't see a trial like this in 1,000 years. Holy shit, man. Stressful, man. It's fucking stressful. And you're gonna have Action Jackson crossing Bukhenik, and I think AJ had Bukhenik last year too. Yeah. People are saying that the sneaker Bukhenik's holding in court's a brand new sneaker. There's the pitch. Okay. I don't know what's going on, man. And Bukhenik's trying to go along with this fuck up. Man, this is fucked. I don't know, man. We're gonna have to wait, man. Everybody. I mean, this will be good people on Twitter like Lana, Olivia, Brandy. Wow. People are talking about wrong sneakers, man. I don't know, man. I don't want to jump the gun, but these people are pretty smart people. Check my Twitter messages. Okay. 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 Breaking news. Dr. Bush states that he's being told Proctor will not be called by the Commonwealth. And almost, okay, that was, okay, yeah. All right. Okay, yeah. So Proctor's not going to be called by the Commonwealth. So no Proctor, no Emmy, no Trooper Paul. Wow. Motion to this is fucked up. Man. Thanks, guys, for all the information. Yeah, this is the exact reason if the feds aren't watching, which is fucking bullshit because of Farwell and the Kaen PD, they're letting this play out in real time just to tighten the noose, man. You know what I mean? Like if we know it and all these, content people, professional law people, especially Betterow, could see it and explain it. It's fucked up. Rosemary Gallagher. Karen told the newspaper reporter yesterday that this case is almost over. Is it true? Wow. Yeah. Brian Lawfren's lucky, he's going to say there was no body, man. If they didn't even bring up the glass they found on the back of the bumper at the Sally Port that didn't even match the cocktail box yet. Remember? They had pieces of glass that made it all the way back from Dighton in the snowstorm on a tow truck that didn't even match the glass that they found at the scene. Yeah, Kaen would be the only one to know if they're working with the feds. Oh, man. This is a lot more tense than yesterday, man. Because this is the guy right here, Yuri. Yeah, so someone just posted the pictures of the pants. Let's say folded them, Jesus Christ. Fucking disgusting. Yeah, like okay, so they have the pants pocket in evidence, and now Yuri's holding up the pants pocket in the back where it's ripped. Okay, like legit. Okay, you have pictures of evidence that are logged, submitted to court, exhibits 242. Now you have, and they have the pictures of the back of the Levi's, we'll call them, and then now you have Bukhenik holding them up, and they have a complete tear in the back pocket. What the fuck happened? Oh my God. Yeah. Notice the pool of blood in the buttocks of John. You remember that big stand in the back of John's pants when he just held them up? That means
You are unmuted.
Someone sat O'Keefe up, and after they knocked him out. Here we go.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no? I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Jim, go get us a couple of drinks, will you, please? Get some more ice, please, up here. That. What's that little thing hanging over the? What is that? What is that thing? He's got a board. Right next to Bukhenik there, on to his right. What is that thing?
Thank you.
Oh, AJ looks ready. Yeah, look how cocky he is. Like, imagine just looking at Kaen and say, "I was gonna try to put you away for the rest of your life, and I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I would have done it. And I'll do it again. Fuck off, dude." Jim, go get me some ice, please. Bab's looking over the text messages. Uh-oh.
All right, so the court, service entry.
Yeah, Bukhenik wore his gloves the whole time and went and took a piss. Howie Carr, if the shoe ain't right, the case ain't airtight. Something's afoot here.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Nowosky, major evidence screw up in the Kaen retrial.
Ma'am, thank you.
Potential mistrial. Developing story. Holy fudge.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing
Holy fuck.
Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
I think they were just on social media listening to me. Yeah, where are the socks? Oh, you get change your gloves up with your pee-pee on them? You fucking cuck. Now I'm getting pissed. You look brand
Is that the
fucking
sneaker you
new,
retrieved
dude.
from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, let him put it into yep, let him do it. Fucking pissed.
Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik show it to the jury?
Yes.
Wow.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Where's your gloves, dude?
And Trooper Bukhenik, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
I'm not. No, I can't lay down. I can't lay down. Okay, I'm working. You want to come say hi?
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you.
Last year it wasn't in plexiglass, people.
Is that on the court reporter?
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's to exhibit 88. Maybe,
I'm sorry?
maybe approach.
Oh, okay.
This wretched Voss. Look at Jess hiding her shit. Good girl, Jess. John, I don't know where I am, DePietro. Yeah, where are the boxes? Where are the socks? Yep. Where's the hat? Okay. Where's the straw? Okay. Knock it off. Karen looks ready to go. Who's this little thing on the far right there? That's new. All right, come on back up, girl. You guys lay down. Come on. Lay down. Edith. Edith. Down. Yeah, it wasn't there last time. Yeah. Just probably to enforce that we did everything we could to protect it, Your Honor. Yeah, my dog's name is Edith. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why Aaron's there. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe she knows it's going to be a blockbuster day today.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience.
Okay, Beth.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process of handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. Hand you a series of photographs and ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs in evidence.
Any
No objection.
Okay. We'll knock them separately, please.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual
He's getting
piece?
nervous. He's getting a little nervous.
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay.
Here we go.
If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury.
What piece is that?
And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Leave it out of the bag.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab.
The lab.
There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please?
How do you know that wasn't there from the wind, dude? Jesus fucking Christ, man. A straw. You guys left the scene.
I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection. All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Thank you. Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
Let's move this into evidence.
So, yeah, the plow truck could have put it there. What the fuck? That straw was inside the house, people. That fucking straw was inside the house.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Right there, yeah, it was that straw was inside the house, and so was in his hat. Or they got a new, Jesus Christ. Oh, you found that, did you? Come on.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that
Are you
photograph?
shitting me?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part
Where are
of
the socks, dude? Where's
that
the socks
pile
and
of
underwear?
clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've moved that item into evidence.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
I'd ask Mr. Bukhenik, after the last episode, who's the last one to sign off on this evidence bag? And if he says, Proctor, here's your opening. Wow. I thought it was blue. I could be wrong, though. And it had something on the side of it, too. It had hockey or something. Yeah, it had hockey on the front.
Was that item photographed?
What the fuck?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did they have pictures last year where the hat was found?
Yeah, and the snow and stuff. Yeah. See if you can pull it up. See if you can find. I'm trying to find it. I thought it had Boston hockey on it. I know that he was wearing one with a hockey on it with Kaen and
So I'm
Fenway
showing you a
on it.
series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing it from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
Yeah, I can't tell. I know he's wearing a hat. Maybe it was with Karen at a baseball game,
Separate or A, B, C?
and it had hockey on it or something.
Mike, it looks like the same hat.
Okay.
I was even looking at the curve. It looks like there was more bend in
Yeah.
the hat that he had, like on the collar.
If you find the picture of Karen and John at the Fenway Park game,
I got it.
You'll yeah. That does that say hockey on it anywhere? In the front?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah. But I can't tell. I can't tell you if
I can.
But I can't tell you if that's the hat he was wearing that night, though. Unless we go back to the bar and find out that way.
Thank you very much.
You follow me?
Yeah.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Connection 99B, P527 7735.
Didn't he say it was better conditions?
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass.
Why are they making sure
at
it's flat?
34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Gary's right. The hat would have been seen at 6:15.
Oh, yeah.
Did you
Absolutely.
search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was.
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes.
From what group?
It was Kaen Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
They can't prove this is from the taillight. Driving by, they drive them every day. They do a drive-by. Come on,
Yeah,
Mike.
I know.
A drive-by.
Hey, I'm sending you a picture I just found, but I can't date it. So,
okay.
And this is the hat I'm talking about right here. When you look at it, it has the Nike swoosh on it, and right there, BPD hockey.
Yeah, I see it.
See it?
Yeah, I zoomed in on it.
That's the one I'm talking about right there. That's interesting, huh?
Yep. That's it. Yep.
That's the one he was
710, sir?
wearing. It had hockey on it, so I don't know what's going on, man.
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
Do I want to post that? I'm going to post it. Fuck it.
Definitely it, bud.
All right, man.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Interesting, huh?
Very.
So that was opening day. That could have been so Karen, if she was dating John of 21, right?
Yeah.
So that would bring this accident happened in 22. He would probably still have that hat if it's black. You know what I mean? It's not like it's so old because Karen's in the picture.
Right.
They did it for 2 years. It's not like it, you know.
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Canton Police.
Didn't they recuse themselves, I thought?
Yeah.
Could have sworn they recused themselves.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B. Court's permission.
Any objection, Mr. Judge?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh. Just open the door for Proctor.
Yep.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
I'm out. You go lay down. Go ahead.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made a decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the, let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the-
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Freaking tail
Yes,
mic.
these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please.
So these are all the pieces they put back together on the taillight, Tom, huh?
Yes. Yep.
Bullshit.
Little freaking. The ones they found, dude. They found these small little pieces. Wait till you see these pieces they found.
In her taillight, when she left the driveway at 5:06 or whatever it was in the morning, what did not have all these pieces missing at that time. There's no
Nope.
fucking way.
No.
Oh my god, this is pathetic.
Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
No,
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Tommy,
Yeah.
Sustained.
you said Nana a link.
Yep.
What was that second sustained finding?
You all right?
The accuracy of the review.
I'm just trying
of
to
the
figure out.
quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you review?
Not making
the
sense to me.
subordinates?
No,
Every
he's all
90 days.
jammed up.
Was there
Yeah.
any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in
Yeah.
light of those 2 sustained findings
See?
against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Oh,
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, if the jury was able to see the taillight at 34 Fairview on the field trip, I think there'd be a bigger discussion about what they're seeing right now. The jury would be like questioning it.
if
So I'm
that
going to
broke
ask you to
that
look
way,
at
it would be
the
all over the place.
And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Nice.
August.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see.
Good job, Hank.
If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
Wow.
They don't like him.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And
Like,
have
it's
you
no big
continued
deal.
on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence.
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the Ring, that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
What are we doing?
Watching Karen back out of the driveway.
I know that, dude.
I mean, this is ridiculous, Mike.
I know.
Thank you.
She's such a good girlfriend.
After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a
Bag's
chance to look
talking
at
now.
video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
Okay, and what am I missing here, Mike?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Reflection. See the reflection in the
Did
window?
you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
That's Mike Camerano.
Okay.
I think.
Going out for the night with John.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
His lights were just on, weren't they? He locked his car. Mike, he took the keys with him. They're in his pocket.
Okay. All right.
See that?
Yeah, I did see that. Yep.
Where are the keys and evidence, Hank? Where are the car keys, Hank? Actually, Paul, how are you driving around the fucking car if he's got the keys?
Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
That's Mike. See that? He walked right into the garage.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Can we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please.
She can't get into the garage now. She just tried to put the code in. The code's not working, okay?
Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171. And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Kaen Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see the metadata. Something doesn't smell right here.
Sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
Oh, this is going to be a good cross, man.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please?
Barrows is going to put this away. The Dighton police officer. He's going to say that didn't look like that. Just so you know.
Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
Doesn't even line up.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton?
Yes.
And you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car?
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Is it 105?
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's no metadata.
This is video 1 you're on?
Okay.
Court commission?
Yes.
I'm not, no, I can't lay down. I can't lay down, okay? I'm working. You wanna come say hi?
Yeah, you fuck.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation.
Please bring
we're
up the
also
Higgins
looking
video.
to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the council side back for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
We're probably going to go to lunch. Wow. 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 Yeah. The Barrows is going to say that's not what he saw, guys. He saw it in broad daylight. On the taillight. Yeah, this is nuts, man. Barrows is going to be huge. And if they have the tow truck driver on the list, which they do. So, and with Jackson's cross, I just think he'll just get annihilated. The guy's not even reading off any of his reports. AJ is going to bring up some reports. Is this your report?
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm giving you the CD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Jackson's letting them just go right into the trap so they can't back out of it. This is new. This was never produced last year, guys. So this has been made this year for this trial. Yeah. Yes, Barrows did get hit by a drunk driver last year on detail. Yep. Let's check. Let's keep a close eye on the hat. I want to see what the hat says. Everybody picks up on it. Yes, there was no accident report written at the scene of 34 Fairview of Kaen had hit John.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Looking at each other like, okay, you have my pension in your hands, my friend.
Sir, I'm showing you.
We do have a new
4
pope,
photographs.
yes.
You take a look.
Hank, you enjoying yourself, pal? Because you're going to get eviscerated in about an hour or so. Whose microphone was that?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
It's 108A through 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be time-stamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
Baby, how you doing?
Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10.
Oh, so there's a Nike swoosh on the back of the hat too. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Interesting.
What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
That's Mike Camarano right there with the blue hat on. He's a good guy. When you do Match of the Hat video, make sure there's got a swoosh sign on the back of it. Okay, what's that on John's wrist? What is he wearing on his wrist there? Where is that thing? What is it? Why haven't we seen it?
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 9:32.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Big boy. Big shoulders. Yeah, she's not drinking it at all. She's just standing there. Right? Is she on the phone? Who's she calling? Oh, I don't know. Sean's always checking everybody out. Who are you? What are you doing? Oh, you're the bottom of the shoe there, huh? It's a big shadow Karen's casting, huh? Interesting. No one else is casting a shadow like that. Wow. That is interesting. Colleen Crawford. That shadow's all wrong. That shadow's all fucked up. It's like the only shadow at the bottom. That's weird. I don't even see her drinking the drink. No shadow from that guy. Barely any shadow. Look at it. But Karen's casting this big ass shadow all the way to, like, come on. This guy steps into right where she is. Look at it. Nothing. Nothing. So the guy's standing right next to Karen. Look at, he's standing right next to Mike. Mike's coming around. He's got no shadow on his feet. This is fucked. Yeah, black hole right behind his feet there. Still, I haven't seen her drink anything. I wonder if that's Kurt Roberts, baby. Oh, they're definitely upset with each other, huh, guys? I know it's like the weird shadows, man. Maybe I'm just being over the top. It was his wallet.
So right there, we had we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
Is that his wallet in his back pocket there? Okay, there's a swish in the hat in the front and a swish in the hat in the back. John's going to drain the main vein. That was his phone, yeah. Does he carry his wallet on the other side, or is it his front pocket?
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Proceed to the next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And what if he's checking his ring video?
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
Trying to think if John was a righty or
9:10
lefty.
and 9:45.
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move straight.
Did you switch pockets with the phone?
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket.
Interesting. I thought it was the other side. Right? He was standing, he put it on the other side. He was,
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
His shoe's white. See the bottom of the shoe? It's white
The
there.
shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
Welcome back, Tommy.
Yeah, healthy. They're just at the bar. They're talking about the bars and the shots.
Yeah.
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
They seem to be getting along.
Yeah, there's no bullshit going on there.
They're normal, Mike, right? I don't see anything wrong with this.
No.
And the people on the right having a normal time, but 3 girls just laughing it up.
But Hank's just jumping around. He's like at the Sally Port, Karen's house, at a Waterfall Bar and Grill, he's just jumping all around. There's no sequential order to like, what happened and how it happened at the time. Yeah.
Exactly.
10:41.
He's trying to confuse you. The shoes in this photo and this videos are definitely bottom or white.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed.
Yeah. What's your thoughts so far, man?
I think this is a bunch of shit, and she's not drinking all of those drinks.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
He does. He threw that one down.
I don't know how you guys drink a lot up there.
Hey, we people, you people.
Stop it. Stop it, Mike.
I haven't had a drink in 11 years, but I would have been like that all day. No doubt.
Not me.
Now,
no, I can't.
As the
One and I'm on the floor.
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave. The defendant is holding the drink in her left hand. Continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anyway.
John, always shaking hands, kissing babies. That was friendly.
He didn't deserve this.
No.
No.
Nicest guy.
I love that you bring your personal experience to the table, Mike.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on. She had 7 drinks in 2 hours, or less than 2 hours. Well, all right. She's from Massachusetts.
And
So I'm going to actually see counsel on this.
They're going to lunch.
Yep.
Bev's hungry.
Yeah, it's like 110. Yeah, definitely.
Unreal. We're wasting all this time and all this money, Mike. And Nan, how is any of this proving Kaen is guilty of anything?
Nothing. It doesn't prove anything. That these videos aren't even showing that she's consumed the alcohol.
For the lunch and break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. And
2 o'clock lunch. Okay.
Yep.
Yes,
All rise for the court, please. Here's closing openings. Follow me.
We're gonna probably get a day and a half of Bukhenik, I would think.
Oh my.
Yeah. There's no way Alan's gonna finish with him today.
Right.
No way.
Right. Wow.
Go take your lunch, Mike and Tom. I don't
all right.
know.
Peace out. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere, my friend.
I didn't think so. There was some questions in the chat earlier for you, Nan. I don't know if they want to put them back up. If they could.
Yes, if anyone has a chat, throw it up in the chat. If anyone has a question, throw it up in the chat.
I think there was some in X as well. I'll take a look. But I also have things to say that might answer some questions as well.
All right. Where are we?
Where are we? We're in the netherworld. Go, Mike. Go walk your dogs. Do whatever you got to do. Yeah. So how are you, Tommy? Good?
I'm doing very well. Yes.
Oh,
excellent.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah. So I do think that, welcome to all your viewers. And I do think that Brennan is going to finish today with Bukhenik. I think Alan will start and is going to take a lot of time with Bukhenik, or you may hear me say Bukaki several times.
Yeah, it's all right. That's all good.
Yeah, I've been listening all morning. I've been watching a little bit. It's my kid's birthday, so I'm
happy birthday.
Was running around with cupcakes this morning. But I wanted to give some of my thoughts first, and I'm sure your audience has been kind of thinking about this. The Commonwealth is completely going to throw Proctor under the bus. And you see it in various different ways. You've seen it so far in the presentation of evidence in the trial already, but also in terms of how Bukhenik is presenting his testimony. So he'll say things like, we did this, we did that. And Alan keeps calling him on it because it has to be distinguished between who's we and who's I. So they keep asking Bukhenik to kind of limit how he answers questions. I think because they are distancing themselves from Proctor in a more direct way, it's coming across as different than in 1.0. In 1.0, they would go out of their way to say, we do things in teams. We're a team. We work together to try to marginalize Proctor's role. That everything Proctor did, and this was before Proctor's discipline and ultimate termination, but everything that Proctor was doing as of the time of 1.0, it was always in tandem with Bukhenik.
Right.
Now you have a situation where, yes, Bukhenik has said, we do these things as a team. I was with him, meaning Proctor, every step of the way. He said it a couple times and then he steps off of it because they have to naturally distance themselves from Proctor. They're calling him Mr. Proctor. They're calling him, they're calling outright the fact that he sent pretty salacious text messages, which I will divert for one moment and talk about that.
Got him trying to put the fire up for starts?
Yeah, and you're seeing, that's right, Tommy, you're seeing it in so many different ways. So they're trying to take the wind out of Alan Jackson's sails. If they, Brennan is probably thinking, well, if I come out ahead of time with there's these bad text messages and you were disciplined, Bukhenik, and you lost 5 vacation days. When you try to get ahead of the real aha moments, which is really part and parcel of Judge Bev's ruling that impeachment evidence has to be handed over beforehand. And then also the fact that these 2 disciplinary actions, I believe both disciplinary decisions as to Bukhenik and more notably Proctor, they came out after the trial. I don't think Bukhenik was disciplined when 1.0 was ongoing. But when you have Brennan trying to say, I'm going to steal Alan's aha moments, it's falling flat to someone like me who watches juries for a living and sees how they react to the surprise element.
Right.
Because Brennan is saying these things through witness testimony, and then he's not really delving into them. He's keeping a very superficial approach to them. And any juror who doesn't know this case, and let's presume this jury does not know this case. We want them to not really understand much about the case. They can be familiar with it, but they have to have been able to attest to the judge that they can remain impartial until they hear all of the evidence. But let's assume this is an impartial jury. They're only hearing like a really, really high level bit of information from Brennan through witnesses. And they're probably like, what? Wait, why are we listening to text messages about no nudes so far?
Right.
So this is my personal and professional opinion. What happens when something like that occurs, when a prosecutor comes forward with, trying to take the wind out of Jackson's sails, and he's doing it superficially, the jury says things like, what's going on? Why did I miss something? And then what happens? They become sponges. So all reports coming out from the reporters are that the jury is resonating with Jackson and Alessi. So they will naturally look to people like Alessi or Jackson. And with this witness, it's going to be Jackson, and they're going to soak up whatever he puts out there like a sponge because they were left dissatisfied by Brennan. If Brennan, in my opinion, and I've had to do this before where I've had to come out with like a bad criminal history of one of my clients, I lay it all out there. Here it is. I have nothing to hide.
He's not an angel, but he's done better, and this is just an accident. And yeah, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I have found that, and because I talk to jurors after the fact, they tell me we really appreciated that you just kind of laid it out there, that I wasn't trying to put lipstick on a pig. I wasn't trying to just hide part of the story from them. And
Right.
that is what Brennan's doing. He is hiding part of the story. We're seeing it in the text messages. We're seeing it in the discipline of Bukhenik, which I don't even know how you can use Bukhenik to authenticate Proctor's text messages, even though Bukhenik was on some of them. So that's
Right.
the one.
He actually gave a thumbs up to one of the proctors.
Yeah. And wasn't it funny? Because I was looking at my notes. He said he acknowledged, how artful you
know.
acknowledged those texts, or one of them. Acknowledging, he will lose. Bukhenik, in my opinion, is going to lose credibility when that comes out, because can we all see it now? Jackson's going to say things like, well, you didn't just acknowledge it.
Nan. I'm on with Nan.
Oh, hey, whoever that is. Hey.
My sister.
Oh, hey, how are you?
She can't hear you.
I love and adore you.
Oh, so much. I love you too. I just met you, but
Decided to come into
The can't read
world.
stuff.
So
oh,
I'm ready.
Thanks, Carrie.
Oh, she's so sweet.
Yeah.
Now I know it runs in the family, Tommy.
Ah.
You guys are so cute. So ultimately, when you have Bukhenik, he's going to be before Jackson, and Jackson's going to say things like, you didn't just acknowledge it, you liked it. You put a little like emoticon or whatever the hell they're called, the kitties. I'm a boomer, I suppose. And that will naturally lend itself towards a finding of incredibility of Bukhenik. But then there's also really other important parts. Like I was listening to you and Mike talk this morning about what's up with this shoe. I still
the shoe.
Gosh, I've seen so much banter about it. I know the Glare was talking about it and others. It looks like a brand new shoe to me. I know that looks like the soles are different colors. I don't understand what went on with this shoe. But then I understand there's some controversy over the underwear, the socks. Was he wearing socks that night? So if his, I can tell you from a medical legal background, when someone is brought into an ER and they are either suspected of being a victim of a crime, meaning like a beating or a murder, something like that, or a really serious motor vehicle accident, clothes are removed, and it's usually not done carefully.
No.
But they are preserved. They absolutely are preserved, and all of them are. So it's not just, clothes flying all around like some wild orgy. It's okay, here's all the clothes. And if you look back, and I would encourage people to look back, at one point when it's first discussed, Bukhenik says something like the clothes, and I'm paraphrasing, but he says something like the clothes were balled up and put to the side of the bed or the foot of the bed. He says something like side of the bed or foot of the bed. That, when I heard it, made it sound to me like, oh, okay, they were balled up and on the bed, but at the foot of the bed.
Right.
And sometimes that's where I'll put my robe. I put it at the foot of the bed.
Yep.
But then later when he's talking about what's going on in the trauma room, he says, no, they're on the floor. Now, maybe they were on the floor at the foot of the bed, but there is a distinction in my mind as to, well, what's on the floor and what's on the bed. Once you start not carefully maintaining, for lack of a better word, clothing that may or may not have biological evidence that could be tied to or contain evidence relevant to a crime, you throw them on the floor. Now these floors aren't sanitized. They're just this.
They get washed. I used to work in the hospital. They just get washed. That's it.
Get washed. And who knows the last time they were washed. And then we go to the whole fact that, Bukhenik goes to great lengths to talk about these clothes were retrieved, bagged. Bag wasn't sealed right away.
Right.
I think he said because they were, I hate the word moist, but I don't know how to say any other word. Damp.
Yeah.
by the way, no one spam me with moist in my Twitter. I will unfollow you and block you
Definitely a
immediately.
bad thing to do.
Someone did that to me the other day, and I was like,
Really?
ooh,
That's
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I have a short list of words that annoy me. That's one of them. But anyway, those clothes items were taken. They weren't properly maintained. They're laid out on butcher block or butcher paper, whatever, for quote several days. My understanding is they weren't even logged into evidence for roughly
Weeks.
3 weeks. Yeah.
Weeks.
Let's
Yeah.
2.5 to 3 weeks. That's unheard of. So you're going to see, as you did with 1.0,
In the trunk.
Alan. Yeah. Were they in the trunk or the back seat? I thought he said maybe the.
I think he said the trunk.
Well, let me tell you.
I think it was a trunk.
I am still not convinced that Proctor is. Well, I don't want to say it as a double negative. Proctor you may see that because he's been thrown under the bus and because he's been terminated, you may see a more candid Proctor coming out during his testimony, which I can talk about now, Tommy, if you want, because I did see a bunch of questions came in, at least to my ex, about can I explain what will happen in terms of if now the Commonwealth is not going to call Proctor on its case in chief, and then if they call him, if the defense calls him for their case in chief first, the defense absolutely will call him, and we can anticipate things like in closing arguments, for example, and they may even ask Proctor, and you weren't called as a witness in this case. Or were you called as a witness for the Commonwealth in this case? He has to answer that. So they're going to create this optic that the lead investigator or the lead case agent wasn't called. And that really does look bad. It is a death knell, as far as I'm concerned, for the Commonwealth. But if the defense, which they will, calls Proctor as its witness, normal rules would say that they are only permitted to ask him open-ended questions, those what if any, or the really vague type of questions, and he has to answer them. We can anticipate that if those types of open-ended questions are asked of Proctor, he's not going to answer to their liking. They can't box him in.
So he can't take the fifth because he already testified before?
Yeah, I've seen some legal scholars banter about that, whether he can take the fifth or not. And I've seen people reach different conclusions. My sentiment is he cannot plead the fifth. He's waived it by taking the stand in 1.0. He also is not currently facing, that I'm aware of, criminal charges, whether it's for perjury or, conspiracy or anything of the like. So if there is no current criminal charges or potential criminal liability that he is facing, there's no reason to, and probably no basis for him to plead the fifth. So he's going to have to answer. Now, don't get me wrong, folks. If he does plead the fifth, that doesn't mean, well, Nan was wrong. What it means is different lawyers could come down differently on this. I don't see that he would plead the fifth here, or that he could. And if he does plead the fifth, well, that only helps Karen more, so I kind of don't care. You guys probably recall in the OJ trial, for those watching who are old enough, the lead investigator, Mark Furman, did plead the fifth on certain questions. He had been accused, and I mean, it seemed he was dead to rights on the fact that he had made some really racially inappropriate comments that had been recorded, which may or may not have had some relevance to that case. And he ended up pleading the fifth on questions posed to him about that because he had used some really bad language. And that looked horribly for him as he went on the stand. So I think Proctor will not plead the fifth. If he does, that's okay. If he doesn't, the general rule is he has to answer kind of open-ended questions, I presume, which will come from Alan Jackson. Unless Alan gets Judge Bev, who is the huge variable here,
Right.
to
Right.
declare him a hostile witness. So that's the general rule. However, now we are in a situation where Brennan foolishly, in trying to take the wind out of the sails of the defense by getting ahead of things and talking about Proctor's texts and talking about disciplinary actions, Brennan made a foolish decision to do that, because when he did that, he put into place a warm and friendly environment for Alan Jackson to say these text messages that I was going to have a hard time asking about of Proctor with direct questions, not leading questions. Now they're fair game. I can ask anything I want.
Right.
Brennan, in my opinion, blew the door wide open, and I had replied to one of Turtle Boy's tweets in that regard earlier this morning. So now, as I see it, because Brennan, on the text messaging issue alone, because Brennan opened that door, Alan can ask whatever he wants, and he's going to go well beyond the text messages that were questioned about, because the ones that were questioned about were only the ones that Bukhenik was on. There was this whole other chain of texts with his Proctor's like buddies.
Yeah, reading it.
Yeah, those are all going to come in, whether it's on direct or with a more cross-examination flair to them, with hopefully Judge Bev agreeing that Proctor can be held as a hostile witness. Now, when a witness is held as hostile, usually, from my experience, it takes several opportunities of the attorney to try to get information in a direct way, a very open-ended way. And once it becomes clear that Proctor, which I anticipate could happen, Proctor is being evasive, not answering the question, getting cutesy, Jackson's going to have to say, Your Honor, like, permission, or making an application to hold Proctor as a hostile witness. And Bev, I am looking at you right now as you're eating your tuna sandwich and having a White Claw. You better grant that application, because it is 100% permissible. It is absolutely expected, anticipated. There's no reason why that application should be denied. If she denies AJ's request to hold Proctor as a hostile witness, she is outright broadcasting that she is biased. Now, we've all kind of said she's biased, she's doing this, she's making these rulings. If she denies a request to hold him hostile, she's putting it out there that somebody's in her pocket. But then as far as Proctor is concerned, I do think he may end up singing like a canary a little bit.
Yeah, he's got no job now, right? He's not. He may be mad at him for throwing him under the bus. Well, we don't know what he's going to say, right?
Yeah, and I'm getting the sense that, you know, his family, from what I hear, is a blue family. His wife was very outspoken in some public statements.
Mm-hmm.
So now that the wife, who I always forget if that's Elizabeth or Courtney, I think it's Elizabeth is the wife. I could be wrong, but the wife has said in writing that he was the lead investigator.
Mm-hmm.
Keefe, I think, was the name, the witness yesterday. He testified that Proctor was the lead investigator, that it was his responsibility. Then you had, I believe I heard Bukhenik admitted today that Proctor was the lead investigator. So when you have
why is that such a thing? Why do they need to prove that?
It will punctuate the closing argument. And because keep in mind, the defense doesn't have a police expert. They're not allowed to have a law enforcement expert, Michael Easter, testify. So the only way they can, the defense can really get before this jury the fact that there were police missteps, investigative failures and protocols, is to get it out of Commonwealth witnesses. So you saw it with, I think the last name was Keefe, although I don't want to mix it up with John O'Keefe, but the witness yesterday who started out You're going to see it with Bukhenik likely this afternoon and into tomorrow on cross-examination. And then you will see it in throughout, because there'll be other law enforcement who probably testify. But in closing argument, you're going to see who I anticipate will be Alan Jackson saying, and they didn't even call their lead investigator. And you heard it from the horse's mouth. It's his case. He did everything. He was the commander of the ship, as they call it in healthcare law. And when the commander doesn't do his job properly or exhibits bias, which, by the way, he was fired for, that really can help punctuate the type of message that the defense wants to send. And ultimately, Proctor, having been identified as the lead investigator now, which was stepped off of in 1.0, it was always, we're a team, we do it all together. Nope. Now it's, yeah, he's the sacrificial lamb, which I still don't know. And I'm seeing here in your chat, I don't have my glasses on, but someone said it was Gallagher too. I think Gallagher, not this Gallagher, but I think, yeah, Gallagher might have said it. He was the lead investigator. That's going to be one of the most important parts to help create reasonable doubt, that the lead investigator took so many different opportunities to exert himself in every step of this investigation, lied about it under oath, distanced himself from knowing this family or saying that he knew this family, having control of the quote murder weapon for periods of time, or access to the murder weapon for periods of time when he should have not had that access. For example, the ride, the missing timepiece from Dighton to the Sallyport, which
they called it a Scribner's error.
Yeah, which, by the way, is the Sallyport in Canton? I don't know that. Someone let me know. It is. It's at the CPD. I didn't know if it was at like a separate barracks or something.
Directly at the CPD.
Yeah. So for that ride, the missing timepiece, it was a Scrivener's error, but there was another excuse, which I can't recall, before it was called a Scrivener's error. Originally, I think it had something to do with time stamping or UTC clocks, and he got the time wrong. And then when that was when that was debunked, then it was a Scrivener's error. So
they went by 3 different barracks, Nan. 3 different barracks that had access to these vehicles. You could have put the car in the barracks secure.
But if you heard it today, and I'm sure Alan is going to ask about this, but this is a heated Sallyport, and the heat is so important. I would be very interested to know if the barracks that were passed on the way from Dighton to Canton had heated Sallyports. So all of these little additional nuances that you hear Brennan offering, the heated Sallyport, which made it optimal to take it there, even though there was a declared conflict. You have the acknowledgement of of Bukhenik acknowledging really inappropriate text messages when we all know he liked them, and that's inappropriate behavior for a superior to a
He never punished Proctor either.
Never punished him. And there was another law enforcement officer from 1.0. I cannot remember. You guys would know. Maybe it was Fanning. Somebody else. Somebody was in North Carolina.
Fanning was Outer Banks. He said he's out there and he didn't get the cell phone message till he got back. And when he got back, he just didn't. He ignored it.
Yes, we've talked about this before. Like I mean, who doesn't look at their text messages when you're on vacation? I'm sorry.
He's in the DA's office. Come on now.
So when you think about just big picture, and then I'll get down to some more questions, Tommy. And by the way, you could feel free to go grab a sandwich, because I'll just, as my dad used to say, I'll talk the ear off a brass monkey. Or my dad used to say, he would say, I'd give an aspirin a headache.
There you go. But, I like that one.
Yeah, that's good. But anyway, I just want you guys to understand big picture that keep remembering the defense hasn't even put on its case yet. So we got so much. I'm saying we, it wasn't me, but as Free Karen Reed supporters got so much out of trial 1.0 from the defense cross-examining Commonwealth witnesses that they actually probably felt a lot of bravado and hubris and went into their case in chief and said, well, let's only call 5 or 6 witnesses. We're good. I think they they underestimated the jury and maybe some confusion. Then there were some bad rulings that came out that compounded everything. But with that said, that's not going to happen here. In this case, the defense is not going to pull any punches. The defense has all of this great testimony so far to date. I think you're on day 12 of trial. So at day 12 of trial, you've got the concessions made by Whiffen. You've got the absolute ridiculous testimony that came out of Jessica Hyde yesterday. She should run and hide instead of going back to her profession.
See this?
Oh shit.
This is the shit we deal with out on the sidewalk.
Seriously,
Yeah.
John DePetro, like, I'm sorry. I don't understand how this man gets into the court. I think I heard he's in the courtroom next week. I don't know where he is today. Maybe he's still in the courtroom. But this man he's a risk to society, in my opinion. He's a risk to society. He also has a really horrible toupee. So let's hope that doesn't blow up and he doesn't, the cops.
We don't need Aiden in jail because he's still got something over his head.
He does have some things.
We don't need that. We do not need anything for that. We don't.
I'm very optimistic though on Aiden's.
Oh yeah, he's definitely in the right. The problem is he needs to get in front of the right judge that will let him and Bradel argue their case that's got merit.
How about either Judge Doolin, who did not, who issued the decision just a couple days ago and refers to him as a satirist, or Adam Sisitsky, who is just a really good-looking judge up there, who did the right thing on the ruling of the text messages or communications between Aiden and Karen and did not open the door wide for anything further between Aiden and Karen's attorneys. So I'm pro Judge Doolin and pro Judge Sisitsky. But yeah, this machination of musical judges up there, you never know who you're going to get. And on a given day, you could have someone else, or it's supposed to be someone, then you get there and it's somebody else. That creates so much anxiety. For me, like if I hear, oh, whoa, it's not that judge, it's this judge, when I hear about Aiden's cases, but that doesn't happen from my planet. In my planet, I know what criminal judge I'm going before on a given day. It doesn't change. And if that judge isn't available, barring some need to have something done, like an arraignment that is time sensitive, then we wait for the judge. So I don't really like that goes on up in your neck of the woods. And also it really is not, does not promote what's called judicial economy. It's very helpful for judges to know the case. So if Aiden's cases, these are my opinions, but if Aiden's cases go before, I don't know many judges up there, many names, but I've heard Doolin. I know Sisitsky. I know there's other names too. And some of these.
Doolin's the most fair judge that I found. There's a woman that I forget her name, but she was great too. She was right on the Constitution. Like, nope, says that, not arguing it.
And I'm looking now, right. So clerk too cute by half has said hot potato. That's a good analogy for what goes on. Up in the courts up there. Yeah, and there's a bunch of different judges, and some of them have not been favorable to him. But from a judicial economy standpoint, generally speaking, a defendant who has a right to not only a fair trial, but to a fair procedural due process leading up to a trial, and actually after a verdict comes in, it's helpful for that defendant to have the same judge who knows the case, who knows the quote law of the case, who knows the rulings, so that they don't have to refresh their recollection or check other things in the file. I'm trying to think what else. I didn't look at other questions that came in. But I will, because I think some were put on my ex. I
So
also, yeah.
let me tell you this story. I have I've been talking to a gentleman. They did to him what they did to Aiden. They threw him in jail for 60 days, made up a bunch of bogus charges, and he's got video of it all. Brian Albert's involved in it, and he's I think he's gonna sue for $20 million the Norfolk DA. I think he's gonna drop that on him because that's what the DA does. This is exactly what the district attorney does to people to shut them up.
This is one of the primary reasons why a lawyer down in New Jersey, New York area is like so locked into this case. It's unbelievable the level of corruption that's going on up there in one of the oldest established communities geographically in our country. Like, I just can't believe it. It's where John Adams came from. It is where
Revolution, the shot heard around the world.
Right.
Yeah,
Like, I
we
just can't believe it.
fought, and we're
So-
fighting again now.
You know, when I hear things like, "Oh, you're not from this area. What do you know?" I'm like, "Come on,
You don't need to.
everybody." Yeah, and when I texted something, not texting, I tweeted something earlier, not much today, but I said something like, when they were trying to put the text messages in through Bukhenik, and I was like, this is so bad. This is such a bad way to put evidence in. And at the end of my tweet, I said, like, lawyers are cringing right now. There are so many lawyers who are worth their weight in gold. The ones who come out and say Karen Read is guilty are not worth their weight in gold.
No.
And there's not many of them. And usually there's some motive if lawyers are coming forward and saying, yes, she did it, and this is a perfectly pristine investigation and prosecution. But there's so many reasons why lawyers look at this and go, I could tell you easily 100 reasons why this case should be dismissed and or should never have been brought, and or she should get no caused and, or acquitted. It's unbelievable. So, I digress though. I was looking at questions that came in, and also I know someone wanted me, hold on. Someone asked me to explain, what did Bukhenik talk about?
Yeah, the guy they threw in jail for 60 days. He's won 8 cases. He's won them. By the way, he's an attorney, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yep. And they threw him in jail for 60 days.
Oh, Michael Welsh. Yes.
For no reason whatsoever. It was just a friend of a friend did a favor.
You know what's interesting? I did not know about him until less than a week, maybe a week ago. I'd never heard of him. I hadn't seen him on X, just living my life. And then I saw that he posted something. My memory is so bad nowadays, but he posted something and it came under my nose and I went, ooh, this guy knows what he's talking about. And then I did a little bit of a deep dive. Excuse me. I did a little bit of a deep dive and I was like, oh my God. And looking at some of the things he was posting, and then he posted pictures or video.
Video. Yep.
This is what it looks like when Brian Albert comes into your home.
Just walks
without
right
a
in.
proper warrant.
Nope.
You gotta love it. Of course, the workers who are still working outside of my mansion, they show up now. Hopefully, they won't make a lot of noise.
Of course.
But I think he showed video of like them coming. I think it was his residence. Might have been another residence without proper
walking right in. Yep. And again, if you get the right judge, it don't matter.
Yeah,
they have carte blanche. Imagine that they can do whatever they want because there's no repercussions at all.
No repercussions and no everyone is so vague. All of these witnesses, like, they're so vague in how they testify and what they say, which I remember some of the things that Bukhenik brought up today that I wanted to mention. But this kind of vaguity in how everybody kind of sets forth what they think happened, or now they remember something 3 years later, but they didn't remember it back then.
Right.
And it's like, trust me, bro, nothing to see here. It's maddening to me. But as far as Bukhenik, and before I forget, because my memory can be a fleeting thing. You noticed today he brought up some new things. So he said that he gave his take on when he interviewed Karen in the presence of Proctor in her parents' home in Dighton. And first of all, I think some of what he testified to never happened in terms of how that interview went down. But one of the things that he had testified about was that Karen, had said to him that John reported sustaining some injury to his head 2 days earlier. And I was like, what? That never made its way into a report. That never came out at 1.0. So now you've got the introduction of a prior head injury into this case. And everyone, I saw them kind of swirling on Twitter, like, what does this mean? That was never brought out before. And I'm just calling it now. It's my prediction that was important testimony. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come out. And I think it's going to somehow tie into the Commonwealth's neurosurgeon's testimony. The neurosurgeon expert who's going to replace Scorty Bello.
Right.
I don't know what his report says, neither do any of you, but I think his name is Wolf, not to be confused with the Crash Daddy Wolf. But this neurosurgeon, I believe is from Florida, he's going to be their new kind of forensic medical expert. And Brennan has kind of touted him in some of the court hearings, saying, yeah, he knows his stuff. And sure, he knows a lot about dead people and how to forensically evaluate them. But I have a feeling this prior head wound or injury, I don't want to call it a wound, will have some significance to a potential contra coup injury or whatever the injury was that ended up contributing to John's death. That may have some connection to a prior head injury from 2 days earlier. I'm calling it now. That's my theory. If I'm right, someone can take me out for a coke.
What's the relevance? How can they tie that together? That
I don't know.
This head's not from 2 days ago.
I
That
don't
was from
know.
that night. That cut. Every injury was from that night.
Here's the stupid shit that I see. And I see this happen in my trials. Like suddenly this curveball gets thrown. I wouldn't be shocked. And I am totally riffing right now. I wouldn't be shocked if this neurosurgeon expert, whose name I think is Wolf, testifies at trial and he says something like, well, but Brennan's going to say, well, if John got hit on the arm and then fell back and hit the rock hard ground, are you saying that would have caused this contra coup injury? And I bet the expert says something like, well, yes.
It's a bump.
If he had sustained a prior injury, these injuries compound. It's kind of like the football players who sustain multiple hits. Yeah, there's some term for that, which I can't think of. But the multiple concussions that football players sustain with their helmets over years causes like traumatic brain injuries over time. And maybe there's some type of compounding effect that this type of hit to this arm, to this pirouetting, to falling back, to hitting your head on rock hard grass / snow is more potent, because if he had a prior injury, that the only person who says that happened was Bukhenik. I don't know if Proctor is going to say that. I'd be shocked. Maybe that's what I'm calling right now. He also brought up something else, which I was like, well, that's new. And now I can't remember what it was. Of course, I wasn't taking notes like I usually do. Oh yeah. And I see someone wrote CTEs. That's the type of, those types of head injuries. So I would be nothing without your chat. And then as far as Bukhenik is concerned, in terms of talking about all of these drinks, which, for what it's worth, the video speaks for itself.
Right.
If the jury, and you all can draw your own conclusions, but the jury is going to look at that and say, yeah, she ordered X number of drinks, or she was served X number of drinks. There were shots in this many drinks. She consumed all of them, or even if she consumed some of them, in a woman of her height and her build, possibly with her health conditions or comorbidities. Yeah, maybe she was in a position where she would have become intoxicated, and therefore it is more likely than not that she struck and killed John O'Keefe. Okay, I don't think that's likely. I don't think that the video does show that she consumed, was it 9 that they're going to say? I don't remember, but
9
ultimately,
shots. Yeah.
but ultimately, she could have been drunk. I mean, I look at it like, what's the end game here? The end game is she could have been drunk. And then if she was drunk, that doesn't mean she backed up her vehicle and knocked into John O'Keefe. It doesn't mean that she had any type of desire or passion to murder him. So it doesn't do much to me other than show at best that she might have been intoxicated. And the only way they're able to show that is with 2 things. These videos that they're showing of her consuming or being at least served alcoholic beverages, and her retrograde extrapolated blood alcohol level, which is flawed in the extreme. I mean, that's flawed science.
Right. That whole thing is just sketchy. The whole thing's sketchy.
Yeah.
What about what about the missing blood? Like, if he bled out,
we've talked about this.
It's not there. It's just not there. And his clothes to me look like they were washed.
His clothes look like they were washed to me too. And as far as the blood is concerned, I mean, it's kind of like for those who took chemistry in school, like, there's only a certain amount of volume of blood that a human being has.
Yep.
If when you have an autopsy and there's not that amount of blood, then the forensic pathologist has to make some type of reasoned estimate as to how much was the total blood loss. And the numbers don't match here. Was it 3 liters or whatever it is, the amount of blood, where did it go? That you're hearing witnesses who have no no expert experience saying, I think it was Gallagher, the ground is frozen. How does he know the ground was frozen? Where I live, we're still getting snowfalls up until about 2 weeks ago. The ground doesn't necessarily freeze just because snow starts falling.
No.
And especially at that hour. At that hour that he was hit, the snow only just really started falling. And when I say allegedly hit, I don't want to make it sound like he was hit then. But it's the blood had to have soaked into the ground, as far as I'm concerned, because the ground would not have been frozen. I was a little disappointed that they didn't explore that more with Gilman. I guess his name is.
Yeah, Jen McCabe, she also said that Karen walked in with a glass in her hand. I never saw that. Did you see Karen walked into the bar when she went to Waterfall? I think Jen said that she walked in with a glass in her hand to make it seem like she was taking liquor from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall.
I don't remember seeing a glass either, but I think John left with a glass.
Yes.
But I want to say at the quote crime scene, when pieces of cocktail glass were found, I thought, and I always tell people when I'm wrong, I'm seeing in your chat, getting TB arrested. Please let me know if.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
But I thought I heard that there was like no matching of that glass to any of the glasses at the Waterfall or CF McCarthy's. No one went into the house to see if that glass could have matched one of the Albert's, tumblers.
Yep.
And by the way, on this point, it's really ridiculous to me, Tommy, that Gallagher, who shares my name only, sat in front of that jury yesterday or the day before and said with a straight face that this was a great investigation and that was very innovative. And, the leaf blower, which, I kind of agree with Aiden on that. We shouldn't really take much of a stance on the leaf blower because if anything, it did reveal nothing. It didn't reveal anything in terms of tail light, but it did reveal some cocktail glass. But it kind of just helps the defense anyway, because it's just a stupid way to investigate a crime scene.
Right.
But when Gallagher kind of says this was a great investigation, they had no probable cause, shouldn't have gone in, no reason to go into the Albert residence, etc. He absolutely could have sought a search warrant and did not. He didn't ask the homeowners if he could go in. He deferred to Lank to do it himself. And I don't know how long Lank was in the home, how far or how much he really looked. We're going to find that out.
Right.
Gallagher is a special kind of evil to me because nobody, including the auditors, should be looking at that investigation saying this was chef's kiss, perfect policing. It's not.
And they did an audit, and the audit highlighted it and said that they did a great job.
But even so, I'm hearing I'm hearing kids come home for half a day, which will not make me hop off, but you may hear my dog barking soon. But anyway, as far as the audit was concerned, they did find some deficiencies. I kind of wish that, well, I don't know why I wish it. I think it would have been better for the Commonwealth if someone like Gallagher fell on the sword a little bit and said, yeah, we have our problems. We're not
right.
perfect.
Yep.
We don't have all of the equipment, but we make do. He didn't come off that way. And I think it was really flat for me.
You want to see the video that Aiden's talking about? That
yes, please.
Almost got him arrested. I don't know. I don't understand. This guy that Aiden asked the question to, he asked Karen if this was like the OJ trial. So he's blasting Karen with stupid questions. And Aiden comes up and asks him a question. Here we go.
What do you do? John, why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
But why do you lie every day?
Oh,
you go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I have to you're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're
you don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
But so you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So
no, I'm broadcasting.
Trooper.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
This individual to move along instead of interrupting. So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt a broadcast. So, all right, you can keep filming me like that. So with your glasses. So why don't you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
No, not at all.
Now listen, I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. You go over there and do that. I'm live right now, right? And he is coming over and interrupting broadcast. And I'm actually on the radio, and there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt someone doing a broadcast like this. So could you ask him to move along? What is your point of being?
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No.
I mean, I'm trying to start it.
Yes, you are trying to start something. As he's filming.
Well, I'm not the one that got the police.
I'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.
We don't want to make a big deal.
I definitely don't want to make a big deal.
You are trying to make a big deal.
Well, okay, John. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going. But I mean, what the heck, John? I mean, I'm just asking a question.
Why don't you go ask when someone's doing a live broadcast?
Because he asked Karen Reed the other day on the way into court. He asked her about OJ. Remember, you asked her about OJ. You go, was OJ framed?
Yes.
So he can ask questions to Karen Reed, but I can't ask questions to him.
She wasn't broadcasting. What part of that? I know that all your fans are down there.
Well, what law says that I can't ask a journalist? I can't ask a journalist. Okay, John, if you say so. Okay.
John DePietro. You're muted, my dear.
Sorry, I didn't want my
Okay.
dog barking to
So that's John DePietro. You can't expect that from him.
I met him when I was in at court for one of the days of jury selection, sleazeball. But anyway, I don't know what he was trying to get at about, telling these people, you might as well tell these people and their families that they're all going to burn, or like, what is he talking about with domestic terrorism?
They're trying to get him thrown back into jail because he's so effective. That's there's no other reason. He's effective and they don't like it and they want him out of the picture.
By the way, just from a vantage point, did it look like was John at the Registry of Deeds? Was he across the street? Yeah. Okay. So I'm just trying to get my bearings.
And because he's got a press pass, he's allowed to do all that.
Yeah, but let's not, and I know you know this, but just so everyone understands, so does Aiden. So Aiden is allowed to ask anyone. He's allowed to be in the buffer zone. John can't draw that line of distinction. I'm unaware, and I will admit when I'm wrong, I'm unaware if of any rule or regulation that says you can't interrupt someone when they're live streaming, whether it's on radio or television or otherwise. I mean, think about how many people interrupt you.
It's ridiculous. It's a policy, he said. Some policy.
By the way, Tommy, I'm just checking with you. The judge, I think, could be back. Are you keeping an eye on that?
I'm looking. We're fanning.
Okay. But so then also the saddest thing about that video to me is the fact that Aiden obviously did nothing wrong.
He wanted to ask John a question.
But and I don't mean any offense to Aiden when I say this. Look what happens at the end. At the end, he says, all right, you're not going to answer my questions and I'm going to walk away. That's a slap in the face to all journalists. That's, I would have wanted to know what information Aiden could have solicited from John DePietro. I think that Aiden is now chilled from pushing the envelope. And
right.
I mean that out of respect. I'm not criticizing him. He knows there are now limits that are ridiculously placed upon him, because if he pushes too hard to, quote, ask a question, then there could be law enforcement ramifications. That's ridiculous. We shouldn't be living in a country like that where you can't, especially someone who bears a press pass and has equal rights, not only to be in the courtroom as John DePietro, but be on the streets as any human being does, whether it's in the buffer zone or not. And now he is chilled because look what happens when he pushes boundaries.
Yep.
There's a immediate reaction for every action he takes. And DePietro is going to try to capitalize on that. He'll be barking about it on his stupid program, which no one watches, and to his followers, which I can count on one hand.
Why? Like, why not? Like, he's like Grant. He'll see something, and what he sees is definitely not what we see.
Right. I don't know why he would do this, other than I bet you there's just people who want to cause dismay to Aiden. I mean, he doesn't want to go back to jail.
No.
He has a huge following that is growing exponentially every
Big
single
time.
week.
He is on fire. Yep.
Yeah. And DePietro doesn't, I mean, I read some, I think he blocked me now. It was a badge of honor. But I've read his tweets, and I do when I think to go back into his X page and look. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Nope.
So, what's interesting here is perhaps Aiden, and I'm not saying this was Aiden's intention, but Aiden knows this case back and forth. Wouldn't it have been great from just a natural communicative standpoint for Aiden to have a conversation with John DePietro and say, hey, I want to ask you this question. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, this is your answer. Well, let me explain to you why that can't be, because the evidence shows this. Wouldn't it have been great for the two of them to just have a First Amendment right of free speech conversation where hearts and minds could have been changed? But what
Imagine
the
that.
immediate reaction is John DePetro saying, no, no, no. And, troopers or whoever he called, come over
Yeah.
here. Like it's like communist China. It really is.
It is. And it's so different outside of the buffer zone in itself. Just so different.
I truly hope, and I'm not trying to wish bad things, but I hope John DePetro doesn't take some step, not only to put Aiden in law enforcement peril, but I hope he doesn't take some step to try to interfere with Aiden's right to attend the trial based on the results of the randomizer. I hope DePetro doesn't take that step.
Question, and he stroked out about it.
Yeah, I love that. You guys get stroked out up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's for no reason whatsoever.
He could have said, hey, do you know where the closest bathroom is? Like he totally did stroke out. The guy's a loser.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think what else. I keep saying I'm going to look at questions, and I know that I didn't do that. But this is really my first appearance back. I've been out of commission.
Sorry,
for a few
sorry
days.
about that.
Thank you. Thank you. I will look before the fan turns back onto Bev's circus. I will look back at my tweets, and I know somebody put a question or two for me to ask. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to put them in your chat. And I saw Mike there for a moment. Okay, here we go. All right. Did the judge ever rule on whether experts can listen to expert testimony? Question from Jim C. I don't know if the judge ever ruled on that. I have not seen an updated sequestration order, but the general rule in most courts is that experts can listen to the testimony. That's the way it works. I often bring my experts to listen to the other side's experts so they can have a meaningful position when they give their testimony. I don't know if she issued a ruling on that. Okay, pre-trial, Liza argued for discovery. Oh, sorry, I thought it was starting. Pre-trial, Liza argued for discovery from the SB case. SB case, why is that? Does that count as being heard for the Commonwealth's motion the morning of Trooperino's final testimony? I don't know what that question means. What is this? What is an SB case? Does anyone know what that is? Why am I drawing a blank?
SB, I think, is Sarah Birchmore. She tried to introduce that in the
Yes.
bring it with
moment. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No,
okay,
yes. The judge said no on that, I think.
Yeah, the judge said the judge has issued a ruling that they are not they're not allowed to bring up the Sandra Birchmore case at least as it relates to Trooper Guarino. And the question is, does that count as being heard for the Commonwealth's motion to exclude as a topic for cross? The answer would be yes. I don't think that they can touch the Sandra Birchmore case in any element of cross-examination in this case. Someone else asked, what the fuck happened with the shoe? I still don't understand the shoe.
Wow.
Don't.
Two different shoes people are arguing.
Yeah.
I have to believe you'd be hearing more from the defense attorneys.
Yeah.
If the shoe was as big of an issue as people seem to think it is. That's my feeling. I don't know how true that is, but don't you think that would have come up in both trials if there was a real shoe distinction?
We're going to find out.
Oh, I just got a text from a client who's apparently watching me. He's watching me on your, hey, how are you? I'll get your project done. I'll get your project done later. That's so funny. That's
Are you on the clock right now? Are you on billable hours right now?
I am. As I always say, I got the skills to pay the bills. But you know what, Mikey? I'm my own boss.
There you go.
So everyone kind of takes jabs at me. I choose when I work, and often I work at night. So there's people who can attest to that. All right. So let's see. Anything else? What is the strategy of not calling Proctor, knowing the defense will call him? I get distancing themselves, but he was the lead investigator. So I know I touched upon this earlier, but I will say I think it was a mistake. I think the Commonwealth should have called Proctor. Proctor's going to be mincemeat no matter how he is served on the plate. Okay, whether it's through direct questions or cross questions, it was a mistake as far as I'm concerned. And one last point before she starts. I think Bukhenik cannot really testify as to good chain of custody on any of this evidence in terms of the vouchering and the tagging and the safekeeping of all of it. It's going to be a big problem. You should see Bettero's tweet on that.
Oh, cool.
This is
Cool.
the Waterfall Bar Grill.
Thank you.
From inside the
I'm going to hang out for a few minutes and then I'll pop off.
For reference purposes,
As long as you want.
At this location, the timestamp is accurate to the.
Tom, we get volume?
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends.
What a shitty video, huh? What a
Engage
shitty
in
video.
hugs
Calling Crawford, you
and,
shitty video.
Greetings.
We'll let the
No wonder
Waterfall
she
Bar
opened her own
videos play.
business.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll
That's
let the
not video
Waterfall
quality.
video
That's
videos
horrible.
play.
No one would allow that.
Let them play.
Okay.
Unintentional or intentional?
Intentional.
100%.
$11:46, please. $12:06, please. $12:07.
This is gonna
please.
it's gonna just confuse the jury. This is unauthenticated video, small little clips, pieced together, not explained. I don't see this
All
as
right.
anything to worry about.
You're not going to see Karen take a drink, I don't think. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're probably not going to see the grab ass and stuff. Who knows? But
Or
so
the
it's
peak-
12.
the
So
peak
it's
See the
12.
last
11.
person walk out
Yeah,
the
it's
door
12.
on that
11.
video
So
clip?
yeah,
Yes, I did.
they're getting ready to
Can you
leave.
identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced to the evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Can we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Bukhenik. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this as evidence. No objection.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go. Stretch him if you got him. Let's go.
I
Game time.
gotta stay for some of this. I do.
Yes, absolutely. This is going to be biblical right here. Biblical.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
It does.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Yes, they
Oh my
do.
God.
See what I'm
The
saying?
team
Man,
in
like,
this
this guy
case,
sounds like an idiot.
In this
Sorry.
investigation,
Go back to what you're doing. Sorry.
have a leader.
Chime in anytime you
Someone
want.
who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or the suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also
amen.
doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation,
Fucking douchebag.
failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right?
I'll talk
Why
to
you
you.
supervise
That is one possibility. Yes.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
Yeah.
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's a case officer, another word for that. Synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that.
No,
So
I said he was assigned to the case on what I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Correct?
no,
Who was?
he was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
God. Jesus Christ. What a
He
fucking
was.
jawhead.
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
What the fuck? You look like an idiot, dude. Holy shit.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Oh, he's pissed.
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Okay.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something?
He looks like a fucking idiot.
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
What the fuck?
He's gone. Bukhenik.
You're aware of
retirement
search warrants that were
What's the
drafted,
jury thinking now?
affidavits that were
I mean, what are they
attended to
doing?
those
They
search
just, like-
warrants in this
They
case.
see
correct?
this, right?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted? in
Search warrants and
support-
affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I think Bukhenik wants to punch him in the face. I really do.
His
If Bukhenik
forehead,
could-
his forehead's getting a little shiny.
You could fry an egg on that thing right now.
Is that vodka from the
God.
Ukraine?
This guy is a
Sergeant
giant.
Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder.
He seems so unlikable, right?
And
He
it's
does.
tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth.
I'll leave this
Thank you for
binder and
permission.
shave him. We're gonna go over some of your affidavits.
Can you open tab 1?
Oh God.
I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
He's gonna look at anything he can.
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally
You look at anything
Verizon records
they know.
for Miss Reed's cell phone.
This is awesome. I fucking love it.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
See,
it's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
This
Give me
is
one
so
second.
good.
I don't want to ruin your presentation here.
You don't want to ruin it?
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
Yes.
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot
See?
make out
He's
exactly
gonna do
what it's
everything he
for,
can.
but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me. If that's what you want me to do, I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
He's going to do this with every single thing Proctor. This is genius.
Would you like to have this guy in your stand and cross him, man?
Oh, I
Yeah.
would make him suffer
Right.
relentlessly.
He doesn't seem like a bright dude to me.
Bukhenik forced Jackson to do this.
Okay.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go
the
together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Had he just conceded he was the lead investigator and
Yeah.
that he had problems, he wouldn't
Again, I
have.
cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Shit.
Based on what you're presenting to me, Never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's
Think that
product.
Think that might be a forgery?
Why?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the time stamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
This is so good.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Brennan's not even objecting. Brennan knows these are authentic
Yes, it is.
documents.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Michael Proctor.
You can't partially throw Proctor under the bus. You
Yes.
either throw him under the bus and let the chips fall where they may, or you hang on to him and defend his conduct. You cannot have it
Again,
both
this is
ways.
not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Come on, dude. Answer the fucking question. It's a search warrant. You fucking did it.
This is why I'm friends with Tommy.
Unbelievable. How can he not know this shit? How does he not know
On
this?
The application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows. Yes.
Who's the
Guys,
affiant?
we want this.
Oh yeah.
Just let it proctor because the jury is allowed to find Bukhenik
Michael
false in everything.
Can you turn to tab 5?
Nice.
Okay.
Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to page, tab 6, if you wouldn't
He
mind.
just said Trooper Proctor. He just said Trooper Proctor.
Yep. Have it.
Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
Ooh,
I see
can
the
you-
application, yes.
What was
And
that last comment?
This deals with Google, some geofence
Definitely
data, correct?
invested. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it.
It appears it's fucking Proctor. This is good.
Well, yesterday the friggin' trooper had a report with his name on it that he didn't even write. He didn't even never saw it before.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, so, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
Yeah.
Turn to tab
Trooper.
7, please.
Trooper. Hope the jury's hearing this. Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor.
Does that appear to be a report from authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'll see you smoke, Jake. Jake, take it easy.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it.
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the
This is
trooper?
bad. Distancing.
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8.
By the way, you all know he's going to be evasive, so I'm just going
You
to
see a
talk over
similar
him.
report by Trooper Garino?
He's getting
Yes.
more
And
out of Bukhenik right
you see
now
reference to
than
Karen-
he can
pardon me,
possibly
Karen
get out of
Reed's cell phone
Proctor
having
if
been
he's
seized.
limited to
Okay.
direct
Okay.
questions.
Because of
All
the
right,
judge,
cool.
right?
Right. So he's getting
He's gonna
Bukhenik.
get it. He's getting Proctor's wrath.
Yes.
And that was seized by
Yes,
Trooper
through
Proctor
cross
also,
examination. It's genius.
Yeah, him and I
Wow.
were there together.
correct? His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your
What
name
the
is not in the
fuck?
report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
You sound like a
Guys,
fucking-
we're
fucking
invested in investigating rubber duckies.
My
and
initials are in the report.
Why is he
Turn to
trying to
tab 9.
cover for Proctor?
He's showing his
Has-
stupidity right now.
Or
That's
his
what I
bias.
think.
Do you see a report by you
Ooh, I want to hear this.
I
one.
do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this
The case officer.
instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the
Okay.
case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things. Absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for
Oh my
any
God.
and all possible evidence.
I'm sure.
Sure.
As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you
This is
mind turning
good.
to tab 10, please?
He's flipped him.
Yes.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
I got a tweet about this. Hold on.
All right, go. Yeah, do you think?
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
He helped Proctor.
That's what he's walking him into right now, Tommy.
Yep. Man.
Do you see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos?
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
All together now, all right?
Yeah. On 3, we can do this.
What a fucking tool. Dude, you've never read this fucking... I mean, come on, you're his boss.
Mike, you probably never saw this.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
Smoked, dude.
Done.
He shouldn't have never came in heavy.
Do you recognize
Hot
that as
heavy.
being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, It was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
oh, I don't think you do.
That was awesome.
Some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
As a matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the this way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster.
Arrogant. What a
In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it.
Oh,
I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more
Jesus.
straightforward if I
Christ.
can.
This guy's a
Get to the
fucking
point.
trooper.
At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
He's doing it on purpose, Tom. Totally doing it on purpose.
Absolutely.
He's supposed to-
Absolutely.
She's going to instruct him to say yes or no and forget about the filibuster afterwards. That's what she's going to do.
He just keeps going on and on and on and on. And on.
He's really losing the jury with this because any comment, like common sense, right? I'm sitting there. I'm trying to hear the answer. Alan Jackson's asking a yes or no question, but he's going, well, in that situation, this is how we would do it. So with this, specific situation, he's ad-libbing so much more. He's actually hurting himself. Jackson's trying to help him by just going yes or no.
And he's not. He just keeps going on and on and on.
Right.
Wow.
You talk about pompous.
And his answers coming back are kind of arrogant.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, if I'm sitting there, I'm biased, right? But if I'm sitting, I have a little bit of like, okay, I understand what you're saying and how you're saying it.
I understand the question too.
Yeah. I hear what Mr. Jackson's asking you, and then you answering it with this filibuster bullshit. Okay. That's repetitive, really, verbal salad when it's really just a yes or no question. It really is. And
Mike,
Alan Jackson keeps on saying that.
Real quick, check
What?
this
What
out,
do you do?
people. Check this out.
Come on.
Dude, someone in Melanie's chat, who ripped John's pocket?
Oh, yeah. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, but who ripped it? How'd that get ripped?
I don't know, dude. He said it's going to come out.
That's bad.
Yeah, that was out yesterday.
In the text.
Yes, Your Honor.
See?
Yep. Answer the question. Mikey's right.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office
Here we go.
in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did
Thank
you
you.
state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours or those critical hours led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
No. They didn't bag the hands as domestic at the hospital.
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to,
That's right,
at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found.
Wow.
Did you call
Give him some
CSSS
fucking respect, dude.
to process that house?
None.
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
Go.
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay.
idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2,
Before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Kaen. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means
Oh
to
my
you, but
God.
How many years of experience do you have?
The Bill
in
Clinton
homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like
Might be a fucking last pal.
He doesn't know what the word many means.
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
You're a fucking moron, dude. Think this is fucking funny?
Massachusetts finest.
Oh, Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
Just like you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated
Exactly.
stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these
Dumb it
three
down,
individuals
AJ.
were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
That's not objectionable.
But
That's
you
a
took these three
fair
individuals
question.
just at their word based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means.
Oh, shit.
They always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if
What a
an
shithead.
investigator were keeping an open mind, right? Open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
Ask it, AJ.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
It's right
You already
there.
knows it's coming. You already knows it's coming.
They have just
He's in it for a long.
Oh,
He's in there for the long haul, dude. He's gonna get smoked. His arrogance is like eating me up right now. Like legit, dude. You are a ball sack. Like Just shut up.
And the only thing that's bothering me now is because
I want to shift
now
gears for a second,
I want him to finish
Sergeant
today.
Bukhenik, and ask
Yeah.
you about
Oh,
some
you
of the
do?
physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence.
Ooh, he's
today,
red.
correct?
He is
That's
red.
correct.
You talked about finding that
AJ's getting fired
evidence
up.
at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, I was talking about this earlier on lunch.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
I want him to finish today now because I don't want Bukhenik to have one night's sleep and to be able to be re-prepped. But
I don't think it's gonna happen, man. I think he's gonna
Yeah.
be back tomorrow morning for a little while.
I
And
do
then you get a
too.
redirect. You get a redirect. Oh, no, recall.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, redirect. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize
Look at him looking. Look at him looking.
the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
Where's the socks?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
No objection.
While that's being marked, may we approach very briefly?
It's getting fucking spicy. Man, there's all like you get the Sally Port video to go over, the ring videos to go over.
Yeah. And
Or do you
I
wait
have,
for Proctor?
Right. And Proctor too.
now that I know Bukhenik is not fully throwing him under the bus, he's only
Right.
partially throwing him under the bus. I think that it's the best defense strategy for AJ to get everything out of Bukhenik that he can on cross.
Yep.
Because there's no guarantees when Proctor is called in the defense case in chief that he's going to be able to get from Proctor on direct exam with limited open-ended questions the type of punches that AJ's looking to land. In addition, I'm suspecting right now that at 3:24, we're probably talking to the judge about maybe we should wrap for the day. Because she tends to like to wrap around 3:30.
Yep.
So I have a feeling that's what they're talking about. But I don't love, and it happens to me frequently during trial, where a witness I've got against the ropes gets one night's sleep and gets a chance to talk to the prosecutor overnight, which, by the way, is inappropriate. That shouldn't happen, but it's going to happen here. So I don't love that Bukhenik will come back tomorrow fresh and dewy, probably with some new sound bites and new messaging and a new narrative. But you know what? It will require exceptional lawyering from AJ tomorrow to really get Bukhenik back to where he has him right now. It's really hard to do.
Gotcha. Do you believe this guy's afraid of Turtle Boy?
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
This is the guy that says, I'm afraid of Turtle Boy.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
I don't know why they don't show the demonstrative, the picture.
They usually do.
This is,
Well, this is a picture that might have John's feet at the end of it.
Tell me which
Oh,
TV
okay.
And it's the clothes are in a corner, just
Okay.
balled up in
Do
the
the
corner.
one
If
to
it's,
my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there
yeah.
on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of
Yeah, they're not
possibly
gonna show it. Yeah.
a darker
That would make sense.
item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe, as you sit here, that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating
John's
that
sock,
it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see
John's
the
socks.
belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would
Where's
say
the
that
belt?
is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid thigh down, correct?
Mid thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach? Yes.
You setting them up for something.
Yep, no doubt.
He's so good at just asking, getting the answer, and
Oh, the laser point?
moving right along.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
Okay. I haven't seen the belt in evidence. Have you guys?
No.
All right.
Did he
I
have a
don't-
belt? Has it been inventory?
I thought I saw it last year, but it's not been brought up this year.
Sorry about that.
Hey Tom,
Display the
you
photo
think
one
the
more
cancer?
time.
You think the cancer in plexiglass because they're ripped?
We don't need to turn the lights off.
What do you mean? Remember you showed the ripped jeans with the pocket?
Yeah.
You think they're in the plexiglass? because
Take a
the
look
back
to the
pocket's
left.
ripped,
Could you
they-
zoom in on
and
the
they just
chair?
put it up?
Yep.
Maybe.
Do you think the
Do you see
defense
that
should
item,
pull that
sitting on the
apart
chair,
and actually just?
Sergeant?
Yeah, they
Yes,
should.
I do.
What is
I
that?
would.
Yeah.
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my
Mhm.
memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the
Don't
bag.
guess.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large
Stop and shop bag.
paper bag, the
Stop
size of
and
like
shop.
a leaf long lawn leaf bag.
Big.
You would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What a grocery bag.
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay. Understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck.
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
What date?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep. What date?
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
I think he wants to be a lawyer in his next career. But I don't know.
I will not allow that. We're sleazy enough, Mike.
Objection.
Yeah.
Motion denied. By the way, I don't know what color he looks on your screen, but he looks like he's wearing like a purpley blue suit and a purple tie. He looks like Barney the dinosaur.
Oh my goodness.
He does.
Yeah.
Also looks like every guy I dated in the 90s. Just completely overdressed. You'd
With
be
no
lucky
mullet?
to date me, Yuri. You'd be lucky.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollection as to
I don't know if
about
you
the
date
time
him,
when
though.
you ended up at the
I have a soul,
office to
Mike.
lay out those items on the butcher paper?
Yes, you do.
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
He hates being
You didn't
caught.
stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to,
You
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
He's gonna walk him right into. They were not bagged that day.
This is the second time where Bukhenik has said, at some point,
Yeah.
they
Is that a
were
big-
they were marked into evidence.
Right.
And it's distancing.
Gotcha.
Bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's
Oh, this
generated
is gonna get good.
when items are bagged.
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay.
Multiple.
Did you see the label
See?
today that
That right
indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, dude. You're a murder cop for another cop. You did the O'Keefe's dirty, dude. Dirty.
Bad.
And he's got his shit-eaten grin on his face the whole time.
Oh, you getting tie Yuri? Huh?
You need to have Joe Flipperhead clip the eye rubbing.
Oh,
I don't know what the
nailed it, man.
colloquy
Someone's gonna
means.
grab
Can you-
that. He thinks this is fucking funny, dude.
He won't think it's funny when the feds come, and they haven't gone.
Why not? Nan, why?
They're still around.
Okay.
I know things.
Okay.
I'm
But
just
we
thinking,
wanted to hear. We're just checking.
You think him and Michael Proctor are still friends?
I do.
Yep.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yep.
They're
I
still
do.
buds.
They play ice hockey together, Mike. All the cops.
All right. Okay.
Right near you.
Yeah, I do think they're still friends.
Yep.
And that's the problem. You can't be friends
Exactly.
with your subordinates.
That's right. You can't fire
If you
him.
have a paramilitary structure as your police model, you cannot be friends with your subordinates or your superiors.
That's right.
This is the byproduct of that.
That's right. With any police force in any town. That's where you get the nepotism. That's where
Yes.
you get all everything.
By the way, who are you streaming off of? Well, what channel is that?
This is
10, I
Tom. Who
think.
you got?
You on
NBC 10. Yeah. Why you like it?
I do. I do like it, but when they put up a little Chiron there, I was like, whose channel is this?
So he's witness 24, I think it is. He's 24th witness for the. Seems like less, but 24 witnesses already.
I just hope you get more than 3 hours. By the way, you have an hour to do your clothes. Remember
Oh,
that?
Yeah.
I'm not
Last year.
100% sure I know what Yuri is reading right now, but I would just take a moment to mention to your audience that this Brennan's presentation is so disjointed of witnesses out of
Yeah.
order. It's not flowing. It's
Reviewing
going
that
to be
document, refresh your
confusing.
recollection.
Okay.
As to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled.
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag,
I don't know that to be true.
because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know?
Wow.
He know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him.
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea.
This is bad.
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
He's losing credibility the more he resists.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Former.
Love it. I'm happy Bev lets him say that. And I'm also surprised.
Me too.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? Notice I remember a report after the fact. I remember a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span. Before that.
I have never seen a log like that. No.
Logs are extremely customary for that.
The
There
fact is,
should
we
be a
don't
log.
have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the chain? Where's the log of the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be
Thank you.
redundant, really.
It's not redundant.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
I need a piece of paper.
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:39, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Kaen PD documented the one piece and I collected. And then
why was Kaen PD there?
Should have never been.
Why was Kaen PD there? They were accused out of the whole thing.
And they keep parsing
Yeah.
why, for what reasons they were recused and what reasons they weren't. This is what
That's why.
yeah.
Was
the jury's
anything
been
recovered
confused.
on February? Let's take them in order. On February 3rd.
Fuck.
yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the
some of
3rd.
others.
Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Kaen PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Kenton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was at the scene. There was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Which detectives?
Sergeant Lank. Does that sound right?
Kevin Albert?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not
Did you? I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023.
What?
Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
18 months later, dude?
I wanted to ask you about this February 4th.
It's better as time goes on?
Visit to the crime scene.
That's a pattern.
You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay.
Short and shiny.
Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
You hear that?
What?
Fire trucks.
Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant.
Yeah.
What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that? conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him
I'm-
sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes, he indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's
Okay.
driving by, I would take it to be in the car
And
at speed.
did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight
Blind as a bat,
from
too.
his car. Is that right? Objection. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the tail piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give him much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning?
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Here's close your notebooks. Follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
Wow.
He's in for it tomorrow. He ain't sleeping good tonight, I'll tell you right now. He knows. He knows what's up.
You're on mute now.
Sorry.
Alright, huh?
Yeah, he's not sleeping well tonight, and you can, although it's inappropriate, you can rest assured he's going to be meeting with Brennan tonight, which should not happen. It's inappropriate, and it's going to happen, and you'll all say Nan was right when he comes in tomorrow. A whole new Bukhenik. It'll be like a new narrative, a new party line. You'll see a new theme, and it'll start peppering its way through the rest of this cross. However, I would also say, now that it's abundantly clear that it's going to carry over to tomorrow, Alan needs his rest as well. So it's a good opportunity to reflect. An attorney who has, he'll convene with his team. They'll say, hey, this was a missed opportunity. Make sure you circle back with this, or pin him down on that. Refreshing Alan's recollection and notes as to key areas that should not be missed. So tomorrow will be exciting. And I've had so much fun hanging out with you guys. I couldn't leave you.
Thank you so much. The chat loves you, by the way.
Oh, I love your chat. Whenever I end up having flexibility, I'm always happy to pop in and just reach out to you guys and say, let me know if you guys want me. But all in all, I will give this a solid A for Karen's team. There's nothing that I have heard today, including through the direct examination of Bukhenik, that is harmful to her. I don't think she consumed all of that alcohol. I don't think that the way the evidence was presented through the videos in a very disjointed fashion concerning the purchasing and serving and consumption of alcohol was clear. I don't think it was. I think Yuri is coming off, in my personal take on him, is that he's a slippery individual and kind of smirky. And that, without him opening his mouth, lends itself to a belief that I can't believe him. Then when you have him give really resistant answers to simple questions and say things like, well, what do you mean by many? And I don't know, I said the word always, but you know what? I don't know what always means. And when you say things like, well, he didn't say it, but he certainly implied it, that Proctor was not the lead investigator. He's just the case agent and wouldn't make the most elemental concessions to very basic questions asked of him. The takeaway to the average juror is that he's hiding something, and it's Alan's job, and I know he'll do it, to just keep picking away at it. Pick. But the biggest and best takeaway from today, if anyone's going to take something, is that by Bukhenik not conceding that Proctor was the lead investigator, and as I said, they've thrown him under the bus already. You can't do it partially. By not conceding that one point that he is the lead investigator, he opened the door for Alan to run his A train right up through him and show him exhibit by exhibit by exhibit, of tab by tab by tab, of all of the things, all of the reports, subpoenas, requests for warrants that Proctor signed. And that would not, in my view, have been as easy and facile for AJ to have gotten out of Proctor if he's limited to basic direct examination of Proctor and not cross-examination when they call Proctor in the defense case in chief. It's genius. It's a gift. You're not going to see this very often if you guys watch a lot of trials moving forward. So that is the biggest takeaway.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dynamite.
I got that too. I mean, just in simple terms, I just felt like Bukhenik was just holding back, beating AJ into like a confrontational back and forth. AJ's not going to fall for that. AJ's too smart for that. I thought Bukhenik thought he was the smartest guy in the room at one point.
Yep.
And you got to get humbled and shown. Show me I can do this. But in his direct, he was very confident in what he was saying. 100%. Obviously, that's the route they want to go. But you get taken apart in 2 hours.
It's very common for any witness to be confident on direct because they've know the attorney, they've met the attorney, they feel comfortable. But when a witness comes forward as being, easily understood, understands the questions, gives the answers, and then becomes what appears to be intentionally obtuse on cross-exam, their credibility is shot. And I'm hoping the jurors pick up on that because that's a little subtlety that I think was missed on some jurors. For example, when Turtle Boy interviewed Ronnie, the bow tie juror, when he interviewed Ronnie, and I will say this, I have not watched any other interview of Ronnie other than Turtle Boy's. But when he interviewed Ronnie, Ronnie's takeaway was like the jury wasn't that they weren't that affected by Jen McCabe's testimony. They didn't think she was like a big jerk. They just thought, okay, it's her testimony.
Right.
But if you think back, Jen McCabe in 1.0, she gave the most clear answers to Lally on direct.
Yep.
She easily knew everything. She didn't need to be shown anything. And then get to cross. And it was, well, can you show me? Can you show me? Show me everything so I can sit and stare at it and think of an answer. And I don't remember. I don't know. That I'm surprised that the first jury, and I know we only really heard from Ronnie, but I'm surprised that the first jury didn't find that to be indicative of deception. It's a big tell. I'm sure you're going to see people like Larry, the DUI guy, and he's a lawyer, and then the behavioral interpreters who kind of look at Bukhenik's testimony today and tomorrow and say, this is so readily apparent that he's being evasive and deceptive.
Right.
And this is Massachusetts' finest, folks. Your taxpayer dollars at work.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing that if I were a Reed, I would take away is how dare he, and the O'Keefes, how dare he smile and smirk and scoff and make light of such very important issues, even ones like, well, he didn't do any further investigating or digging. He didn't interview certain witnesses for 9 months, 18 months. That's ridiculous. And there should be no smirking, no chuckling whatsoever. It's not nervous laughs. It's a complete disrespect to both the O'Keefe and the Reed families, as well as to all of you up there. So
I agree. I
Totally
agree.
Absolutely. I'm glad you see it from down there. I really am, because we question ourselves all the time, Nan, because we're in the middle of it. Like,
I know you do.
This is normal. This to us, okay, buffer zone, no problem. Yep. And you guys like, that ain't right.
I want you to see my dog before I go.
Okay.
Come here. Up, up. This is
Jesus.
Big boy. He ain't hopping up on you. Hi. What a happy.
This is Roselle. She's a 80-pound Bernedoodle, which is a Bernese mountain dog and a poodle. But she's often sitting outside my office.
Waiting for you to get it done, right?
She's often sitting outside my office when I'm working and when I'm streaming. But I brought her in to say goodbye to you all.
Alrighty.
Nice.
All right, guys. So
Nan,
happy
thank you.
evening.
Thank you so much for spending the time with us. We appreciate it a lot.
We'll see you soon. Fireworks tomorrow.
No doubt. Thank you, Nan.
Bye.
Bye, dear. Ain't that awesome?
Yeah.
Amazing day. Amazing guy. Amazing. I don't believe Bukhenik is acting that way with his attitude.
Fucking A, what a pompous asshole, huh? Like, this pissed me off.
Oh.
O'Keefe should be pissed that they're talking about this. Now, to your point about showing that ripped jean, because I believe that might be true, and why is everything in the plexiglass as last year it wasn't, kind of thing,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Yep.
You got a point. Yeah, I don't believe anything, so let's take apart the plexiglass and hold those pants up. Honest to goodness, I would. I'd be like, okay, I just want to make sure no rock is not uncovered here. I want to see the pants held up with my own hands and eyes. I don't know. It's just the way I am right now. But anyways, hey, great day today. We're going to do it tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir. 8:30 tomorrow.
You're not going down there again, are you?
No, I'm going to stay here till tomorrow. I went
All
down
right.
this morning.
I'll see
Good
you manana.
turnout, too. Yes, sir.
All right,
See you in the
chat. Talk to
morning.
you guys. Yeah, chat to you later. Hey, we got some people that donated some money too, I think.
Yeah, up here. Got them.
All right. I'll talk
All right,
to you guys later. All right, man.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, boy.
Michelle Smith, 5 memberships. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yo, Mr. Flipper. Free flip. Free Karen Reed. When they show the Sallyport video, watch the doors when Karen's SUV drives in and the guy slips. The door is blowing, wind and daytime. The rear door is dead of night. I won't believe a spotlight for a reason. Very interesting. And this is Cat's Pajamas. Thank you so much. I don't think they are allowed to enhance anything like that. That's a bummer. Because, I mean, that video we watched at the waterfall is a joke. The waterfall would not be okay with that video. That's absolutely edited and stepped on and all that good stuff. So, listen, everybody that's here, we appreciate you all. We love you all. You guys are dynamite. Dave, you're a man. Always supportive. My 3 sons, you've been here for a while. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah. Tomorrow's a new day. You're absolutely right. Yep. My pleasure. I am just glad that you're here. I'm glad that everybody's here. And if you get a second, hit that like button, thumbs up, and subscribe. And we will see you all in the morning. You all get some rest. And thank you, Dave. And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you, everybody. And love you. See you tomorrow.